Kia ora, welcome everyone. I'd like you to all be upstanding, and I'm going to welcome Andrew Maud from the Wilson Street Baptist up to lead us in prayer. Welcome, Andrew. Nice to meet you last week.
Morena koutou, good morning everybody. As Elmer said, my name's Andrew Maud. I'm pastor for Wilson Street Baptist Church and also current chair for the Timaru Christian Ministers Association, so it's a privilege to be here. And I bring all of our ministers' greetings to you all. Privileged to pray with you today. As I've been thinking about you all, I have been thinking about your roles here, and I've been thinking about the place of Timaru as, for its Māori name, Te Tihi o Maru, a place of shelter. And that has given me a little bit to think about in terms of your role, and I want to just pray with that in mind. Your role, I believe, is to provide a place of shelter for those who live in this place of Timaru. A place of protection, refuge and care. And that is about all of these things, infrastructure, housing, health, etc., that will be on your minds. With that in mind, let's pray. E te atua kaharawa, Almighty and gracious God, you who are a refuge and a shelter for the poor, for the needy in their distress, a shelter from the storm and a shade from the heat. Isaiah chapter 25. We give thanks for the gift of this new day and for the privilege that it is to serve and to lead in this way. I lift up this council, God, Elmer, Nigel, Bowen, and I lift up each and every member of this council too. Give them wisdom and unity in their deliberations, courage in their decisions, and compassion in these things as well. Help them to seek the good of all people in our city and to provide a place of shelter and prosperity for us all, particularly for the weary, the vulnerable, and the poor, so that this may be truly a place of shelter, flourishing and peace. I pray in the words of an old Christian hymn, Whakaruru hau mō mātou, be our shelter from the wind. And Lord, would you be these leaders' shelter too? Would you bless them and lead them in all that they do? Bless their families, I pray, with the special shelter and care that leaders and their families need. Shelter from their worries and their stresses, their burdens and their fears, all of their concerns today and this week. Their marriages, their children, all that might pertain. Bless them with the shelter only you can provide. And I'll conclude with the words of Psalm 91. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will find rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. I ronga i te ingoa o ihu karaiti. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. Amen. Kia ora. Thank you.
Alrighty, please stay standing and please join us in our waiata.
Okay. Oh, sorry, can I start again? E re ra e aku ai Māori, e maringi atua kia koutou e re ra e aku ai Māori, e maringi atua kia koutou e rangi tata ki runga puri ora ki raro te ta o ata tihe Arewe e re ra e aku ai ni e.
Brilliant. Please be seated, everyone. righty, thank you. Big thank you to Andrew, really appreciate that. And thank you for the leaders' breakfast that you hosted last week. That was really fantastic and really cool to connect with lots of people that we don't necessarily see every day. So really appreciate that. Welcome to Charles from Temuka. Great to have you with us. Have we got Janine? Looks like we do have Janine online. Welcome, Janine. Great to have you with us as well. Move now to apologies. We've got Councillor Pye and Councillor Alan Booth. Can I have a mover for those? Councillor Jackson. Seconder, Councillor Shannon. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we're going to just move to report 7.1 on page 6. And we're just going to deal with the first two recommendations. So first is receives and notes the submissions on the draft annual plan 25-26 consultation document, which are attached to this report. And two is accepts and notes that material tabled at this meeting under separate cover being submissions received after the publication date for this report, but by the submissions deadline, and any other associate office commenting analysis. And I think we received, just give me a nod, did we receive one after the date, the time technically? Is that right?
5 late ones.
Oh, 5 late. Okay. Yeah, and we're receiving those late submissions. So 1 and 2, comfortable, someone comfortable to move that? Yeah, Councillor Shannon, thank you. Slow start. Councillor Parker, perfect. Thank you. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Alrighty, awesome. So we're here for a public forum, effectively. So first up today, we welcome Kim and Peter, maybe, from Hospice. Welcome up. And so we've given you sort of 10 minutes. Save some time for questions if you like. Within that 10 minutes. But the floor is yours, and welcome. And just push that button and then you're good to go.
Thank you, Mayor Nigel and councillors, council staff. Yes, I'm Peter O'Neill, General Manager at Hospice. This is Kim Rogers, our Marketing and Events Manager, and Anne Brown is being shy, and she's sitting over here. She's our Funding Manager. But if there's any curly questions, we will sure between us be able to answer them. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Rock and Hop, essentially, and pitching for you to retain the major events funding that we received through Venture Timaru. In doing so, I want to acknowledge the excellent backing that we've had from the council in supporting the Rock and Hop in the 9 years that we've been running it. That's both financially and through council staff in so many ways, so that's been fantastic. It's a partnership we would love to see continue. I also understand the pressure you are under to keep rates down while maintaining services, and that you are proactively looking at many ways to do this. As a ratepayer, I thank you for that. I sympathise too that no one sends you messages of congratulations when water comes out of their taps, nor when they flush the loo. They don't applaud when they flush the loo and things magically disappear. But you'd certainly hear about these things if they didn't happen. And I know that after paying for sewage, water and roading infrastructure, that there's not a lot of money left for feel-good projects. But these things are just as important. They make a difference to why people live in a particular place. They give districts their heart. They enrich people's lives. Here I'm thinking about our swimming pool, our children's playground, our art gallery, our excellent sporting facilities. I'm thinking about special events like the Caroline Bay Carnival, the World Tennis held here earlier this year, the Masters Games. I'm thinking about Rally South Canterbury, Brews at the Bay, and the Seaside Festival. And I'm thinking about the Caroline Bay Rock and Hop. Our district would be much poorer without these and other events. I believe Council has just as important a role in supporting this aspect of life here as you are in making sure that the taps work and that the loos flush. The elephant in the room as far as the Rock and Hop is concerned is that it makes money. And you could rightly ask, and I'm sure some of you have, why should we support something that is established and which makes money? A very good question if you are part of a council trying to contain rate increases. But I'd like to give some context. We desperately need the money this event raises. It contributes to the $2 million we need to find each year over and above our government contracts. Kim's life is dominated by the rock and hop. 4 other staff members contribute significant time to making it happen, most of it their own time as volunteers. Our voluntary organising committee puts in hundreds of hours over the year. We've already had 2 meetings since the last event to get the next event going. This year, our general volunteer pool recorded just under 1,000 hours of voluntary work over that weekend. A number of these volunteers were our own nurses. So yes, we made some money, but we worked damn hard for it, and we were absolutely knackered at the end of it. But we couldn't do it without the support of so many businesses and sponsors, and we couldn't do it without the council. This comes through the major events funding, through the support of many council staff, and in particular the Parks and Reserves Department, which just the Bay was looking outstanding this year, as it has. So thank you. But another reason the event was a success was pretty basic, and that's the weather. The Tuesday after the event, a horrible southerly came through. If that had been 3 days earlier, most of our work would have been for naught. The weather is a significant risk. We weigh this each time we start planning. And we start our planning not from a point of view of how we're going to improve it and how we're going to refresh the event, but from that most basic question is, will we do it again? Given the risk and the workload, is there another way we could raise this money? But then we think of the support we get. We think of the buzz we create for this district, for ourselves, for the people who live here, for the thousands of visitors who see our part of the world dressed up in all its glory. I'm a born and bred Timaruvian. I'm really proud to live here, and I'm really proud to look at the Bay on that day. Please do not take that away. As we plunge into each year, an anchor in making our decision to proceed or not has been the support the council gives us, support that gives us confidence to dive headlong into doing it all again. So maintain the fun, please. Look on this as a partnership where you are seen as putting smiles on people's faces, which, rightly or wrongly, just doesn't happen when you turn on the tap or flush a loo. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions. I did send in a slideshow, but I'm not sure if it arrived or if it's available. No? I sent via email.
No, that's right. We'll make sure that's distributed to councillors anyway. Thank you, Peter.
Some pretty pictures of the event itself.
Yeah, brilliant. No worries. Right, team, any questions for Peter or Kim? No, all pretty good, and thank you for the catch-up recently, and I'll come back in due course in regard to that request, and also thanks for all the great work that Hospice do for our community. I know so many of us have had direct contact with the wonderful team at Hospice, and you guys do a fantastic job, so thanks, and appreciate you coming and presenting today. Cheers.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No worries. Righty, next we have John Talbot. Welcome, John. Just push the button and then you're ready to go. And the floor's yours.
Thank you for the welcome, and tēnā koutou katoa, greetings everyone. My submission is very narrowly focused on the SNA fund. I'm going to do three things in this short presentation. Basically, introduce myself so that you have a better sense of where I'm coming from. I'm going to speak very briefly to my submission, in essence saying, please don't mess with success. And in the end, I'll be happy to respond to any questions. So I'm a Pleasant Point boy. I've been there all my life. I think of myself as a Pleasant Point boy. I'm sure the grandchildren think of me as a Pleasant Point old man. Either way, I've been part of this area for a long time. I've also have a long-standing interest in natural history and nature conservation. So in connection with that interest and with that community connection, I've been a member and sometimes a leader of various boards, committees, working parties, all focused on bringing together nature conservation and economic considerations. I was a member of the council-convened working party that grappled with issues about significant natural areas in the district plan. So moving on to some comments in support of my submission, I just point out that the requirement for council to identify and address significant natural areas, SNAs, arises from the Resource Management Act. This requirement was, and still is for many districts, a contentious issue because it involves regulation of the use of privately owned land. Timaru's working party included representatives from Federated Farmers, Farm Forestry, Tree Crops Association, Fish and Game, Forest and Bird, and others. The working party recommended a package of measures to council, including agreed assessment criteria, working one-on-one with landowners to carry out assessments, and a fund to assist with costs of care of significant natural areas. The current district plan provisions, including the fund, pretty much implement that carefully crafted package. For Timaru, this is all successfully put to bed, this potentially contentious issue. Please think very carefully before picking apart any aspect of this package. Let's make a couple of comments about the fund. To point out that it is to recognise that the district plan provisions affect some landowners and that it's reasonable for the community and the council to share costs with those landowners. I'd also point out that it is targeted for work on identified significant natural areas. It's not a general environmental fund. Hopefully, with these brief words, I've given you some more context about me and about my submission, and it helps you understand that. And I guess my underlying submission, kind of plea to go with my submission is, please don't mess with success. I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Fantastic, John, and thanks for your insights into the Biodiversity Fund. Any questions for John? No, brilliant, that's right. I think you've succinctly described the benefits of the fund, and we've certainly seen some great outcomes over the years, and I think your point is well made in the fact that we're probably a decade ahead of the rest of the country, so we don't have that those contentious issues that other areas do have. So really appreciate you submitting on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Righty, moving right along, now welcome Tim, and is Glenn joining you, or is Glenn, no, oh, he's hiding. Welcome Tim. Tim, the floor is yours, and we're here to listen.
Thank you very much. Mayor Bowen, councillors and council staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I will take the submission as read and will point out a few points. I'm here on behalf of the Timaru CBD group. The Timaru CBD Group is a registered incorporated society that was formed in 2017 after the Timaru District Council facilitated consultation with business owners, building owners, and the wider community, when it was identified that a strong advocacy group was needed to maintain and enhance Timaru's town centre. We're a volunteer group looking to the betterment of the CBD of Timaru. The Timaru CBD Group represents approximately 250 businesses, 270 building owners and users of the Timaru CBD. The Timaru CBD is a social, cultural and economic heart of the Timaru district. Retail, hospitality, office, administrative and entertainment activities draws large amounts of people to the CBD daily. Despite the many positive attributes of the Timaru CBD, it is subject to significant changes. Parts of it are suffering from underinvestment, new buildings are rare, vacancy is reaching concerning levels, and large parts of the CBD have little or no activity at night. While there's been some new development, it is limited. Out-of-centre commercial development, including the Showgrounds Hill development and internet shopping, threaten to draw significant trade and investment away from the CBD. Event traffic management. Events are important to the vibrancy of our CBD, and we urge that full or partial funding remains in place to assist community, groups and initiatives with the cost of event traffic management. They attract more people to the CBD than might otherwise visit and come and spend money, leading to economic benefit to our businesses. City Town. The CBD Group notes that there is no budget for the 2025-26 to fund the City Town project, and this is a major concern. Including this $200,000 of funding will continue to ensure that the City Town Master Plan is kept alive and will enable small projects to take place that will help in promoting the vibrancy of the CBD. Without a vibrant and connected CBD, our district has no heart. Timaru District Council has a commitment to support the well-being of our community, and thus the CBD Group urges the Council to continue to support the City Town and is an acknowledgement of commitment in the project for which so much time has already been invested. Community grants funding. Timaru CBD Group recommends that the Timaru District Council continues to fund major events funding due to the reported economic impact such events have on the district, and enable such as possible funding of smaller community events that also can have an impact. Our businesses need to support the support of our council, and this is a small investment that provides valuable return on investment for Timaru District Council and wider community. The Christmas decorations. The Christmas decorations lining our CBD during the festive season are iconic to Timaru. They are a part of our heritage. The CBD Group strongly advocates for the Christmas decorations to remain fully funded for repairs, maintenance and installation by Timaru District Council. When considering the overall budget, the cost is small given the widespread enjoyment they bring. They would be deeply concerned if the maintenance was not carried out this year and urge that the angels are in place for Christmas 2025. They also draw visitors, bringing economic return to the district. In summary, the Timaru CBD Group is passionate about our district, especially our CBD. We strive to foster a thriving town centre where businesses flourish and locals enjoy being part of a welcoming, inclusive and vibrant community. For the existing businesses and locals, plus for the future growth of our district, this is critical. Without a supported, vibrant CBD, our district risks falling behind and will fail to prosper. Thank you. Any questions?
Awesome. Thanks, Tim, and welcome, Di. Sorry, we're running slightly early. So any questions for the team? One thing that has come up on the Christmas decorations, I think the positive thing about the story last week is it's highlighted that there's some people out in the community that are willing to help contribute, and I think there's probably likely that there's a lot of people that would be keen to help support maintenance or, getting the decorations up, back up to a standard out there. So I think there's opportunity for funding. And my question is, the CBD group now has its own, fund as such. Is there been any thinking in regard to, that could contribute to some of those things? And I'd extend that probably to event funding as well. Is that something that you've sort of given thought to?
Would you like to speak on that, Tom? At the moment, we've got all our funds allocated. We've budgeted for that. So there isn't really, what we can probably give is time and people as resources. Yeah.
And then the other one on City Town. So at the long-term plan, we discussed City Town around the budget, and we put it into year 4 and 5, but we did have a pretty detailed discussion around the potential to bring that funding forward if the appropriate projects were there. Obviously, the Strathallan Corner's been started at the moment. I guess my question or challenge would be if the CBD group could go away and have a think about what the priorities sit in there for you, and if you came back to council, what would those priorities be that sit within the budget that's in latter years effectively?
No, absolutely. We'd definitely look at that.
Yeah.
We think it's crucial to keep that funding.
Cool. Further questions, team? No, all good. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tim and Di and Glenn and Sue. Alrighty, Chris, you're all good to go. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Kia ora. And thanks for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm here on behalf of Age Concern South Canterbury, and I'm really advocating for the 11,000 or so older residents that live in our district. Many of those are people that have contributed and built up many of the assets and facilities and so forth that we've got in this community, and they still have a great deal to offer. Now, I've put in a fairly, I think, concise submission, so I'm assuming that you've read that, but I just want to highlight some of the sort of real impacts that could be at stake if you, as you sort of contemplate the annual plan and your funding decisions. But let me just start with a few quick stats. Now, some of you might have heard these before, but they're just worth repeating. Back in 1983, in Timaru, 10% of our district's population was aged 65 plus. 20 years later, in 2003, it was 17%. In 2023, so another 20 years later, it was 23% of the population. By 2040, actually probably a bit before then, we're heading towards 29%. So nearly a third of our population is going to be over 65 plus. And if you just isolate out the 80 plus population, at the moment there's about 3,000 people 80 plus live in the Timaru district. That's going to double to almost 6,000. That's the context that I want to put in around what I'm talking about. And those projections, they're not made by me. They're made by the Department of Statistics. I was just recently reading a report by Emeritus Professor Spoonley, and he said in a presentation that these figures are pretty much baked in. We are just not producing enough new babies to actually change the dial. So really that then, I asked the question, are we meeting the social and the physical needs of that ageing population. So that's a broad question, I know. But if I look at really what I said in the submission, the $113,900 allocated for community funding, I don't believe is a luxury item. It's a bare minimum to support a whole lot of grassroots groups, including those that support older people. That fund enables you, enables us to support organisations that are best placed to support older people in the community. And we're very grateful, thank you to the Timaru District Council. We recently received a $2,500 grant that will contribute to hiring our venue for our weekly Friday Club. The Friday Club is a social gathering of older people every week where they come and a group of volunteers cooks them a hot dinner and morning tea, and there's some social activities associated with it as well. I know some of you have been there before. And there are other groups around as well, but that really makes a big difference to being able to support those older people. And the main reason they're coming there, apart from the fantastic food that they get, is for social connection. I'd just go and ask you, a frontline staff downstairs or maybe at the library or somewhere like that, about what, the issues for older people. And a lot of it is loneliness, isolation, nobody to talk to, for all sorts of reasons. And things like the Friday Club and other social connection groups, the SJ Cafe is another example, are just fantastic ways so that older people can be connected into the community. And when older people are connected, they stay healthier, they need less medical services, they don't end up going to the doctor, they don't end up going to hospital. That saves us all in the long term. That social connection is great preventative care. So reducing or pausing this fund is going to have real impacts. I've just talked about social connection. If you take the flip side, social isolation, it does lead to more GP visits, more hospital visits, poorer mental health, more costs for our community. The other thing is that by reducing funds available to the community and community groups, it just means they have to spend more time going around finding other stuff. That leads to sort of burnout, reduction in things that they can offer, ends up with less volunteers, and you end up with more people having to, just opting out of that whole community process. I think that also sends the wrong message. It says that support services and support funds are optional, that we can do without them, that we don't need them, they're not absolutely essential. I would actually advocate that they are an essential part of what the community needs. And those cuts, they won't be felt equally, they'll be felt by the groups that support our most vulnerable, our older people, our youth, those on low incomes. They'll be the people that are going to feel any cuts the hardest. Community funding, I know, supports a lot of other things. There's youth initiatives in the list of funding packets that are available, local events, arts, sports, all of those things get benefits out of those funds. And I would very strongly advocate to continue to keep the level of funding that is available. When we invest in those sort of social connections, we build great community. You heard from Hospice, you've heard from CBD, we build our community and we keep our community healthy and happy. These are the things that make people proud to live here and more likely to stay. I'd also just like to mention that in 2023, the Council adopted the age-friendly strategy for the Timaru district, and hopefully you all read that. Now, it was a bold, hopefully forward-thinking move, but it's only meaningful if there's enough resources to actually implement it. And maybe this annual plan is an opportunity to prove that and put some more resources into supporting that age-friendly strategy. Let us be known as a district that values its people at every stage in their life and backs that up with funding and commitment. So please don't let these supports just quietly erode away through budget trimming, budget cuts. I know that there's, I recognise that budgets are tight. This is not a way, I think, to build community by reducing these community support. The return on investment is great. You get a lot of volunteer effort for what you're spending. Yeah, and I'd love to invite every one of you to come along to some of the programs that we deliver and see the impact for yourself. They really do make a big difference. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'll take them.
Awesome, thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris, team?
Thank you.
So just on the age-friendly, actually, you talked about resources. Obviously there's some, discussions, Jess is sort of trying to renew and update and what have you. What's your thinking around that, where specific resource might go? Have you sort of dug into the priorities potentially yet, or just sort of general sort of comments?
Yeah, I don't have any specific things,
that's right,
Nigel, but I do think that by supporting its implementation in the community, which may well require some more funds, but certainly would require council officers and council policy to support it, would be a first start. At the moment, I think it feels like it's been approved and it's really sat on the bookshelf and not a heck of a lot has been done. I'm not saying nothing's been done, but not a heck of a lot's been done.
No,
so,
I agree. I know where it is on the bookshelf as well, so yeah. No,
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you. Any further questions from team? No, all good? No, brilliant. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you submitting and presenting. We are now running quite early, but we've got Dr. Phil. Are you available to speak now? Welcome, Dr. Phil. Floor's yours, and you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councillors and staff. Appreciate this opportunity. Again, I'm assuming you've read my submission, and I really do want to emphasise the first point I make. I know the huge amount of effort you're putting in. Just to read the submissions on the annual plan must have been a massive amount of homework, so thank you for doing that. My comments, as you know, tend to be fairly robust, but there's simply that on some of the issues I have a professional disagreement with the track you're going down, and I guess that's what a ratepayer has the right to do. I'm not happy with cutting rural roads and bridges. That certainly saves capital when you're spending capital on nice-to-have things like the theatre. I simply disagree professionally on that one, but it's a choice of councillors as to where you spend your capital. I disagree with the suggestion in the consultation document that expenditure on capital has less impact on operating expenses. You can put that argument forward, but the operational cost of interest on $280 million worth of borrowings is something like 12 to 15 million a year in interest. Now, these are ballpark numbers. I'm not trying to get them accurate. So that has absolutely chewed into your operational expenses in a hell of a big way. And I appreciate the councillors who have repeatedly attempted to bring expenditure under control and been outvoted. So I thank those councillors. I happen to agree with those councillors that wanted to reduce the expenditure, but at the end of the day, it's a council decision how you spend the money, and I have to appreciate that. In terms of your overall amount of money that you're trying to save, I have a lot of sympathy for the current Chief Executive. I feel he's inherited a major financial problem that was not of his making, and he's making some good efforts to try and sort that out. So I do thank the current Chief Executive for that. I do have concern that a number of councillors and the Mayor have been in post for 5.5 years, during which time I would have hoped that the financial situation could have been addressed a bit earlier, rather than in the consultation document saying that you're starting to do something about the financial situation. It's been around for a long time, and I just wish it had been addressed a lot earlier. In the consultation document, there was a reference to 1.4 million savings because the theatre wasn't up and running. My understanding is that that is actually the gross saving. In other words, it's the cost of the theatre before you get revenue. What that means then is that in order to just break even, each theatre ticket is going to have to cost at least $70 per ticket. And if you add in the cost of the production of each event at the theatre, add in a bit of capital costs, you're looking at over $100 a ticket for the 20,000 people that are forecast to go to the theatre. That's unaffordable for at least 24% of us who are pensioners. So I disagree with the expenditure on the theatre. If the consultation document on the theatre had told ratepayers that they were going to be either subsidising theatre goers or that the ticket prices were going to be $100, I don't think many people would have supported the theatre. And I'm sorry I keep coming back to the theatre, but I think that's been a bad decision. And that leads on to the issue of consultation. The consultation on the theatre was incredibly lightweight. I lecture on strategy globally. I have a globally certified course, and that includes engagement and consultation. And the consultation on the theatre, I would give it a score of 1 out of 10. It was essentially saying to theatre goers, do you want a big theatre, medium theatre, small theatre, or no theatre, and everybody else is going to pay for it? Well, of course they're going to line up and say, we want a theatre. The no option should have been presented as save, at the time, 50-odd million, or spend that on other cultural events. And we've heard today of other cultural activities going on around Timaru that money could have been spent on. Those alternatives were not fairly presented to citizens. The theatre argument was presented in terms of multi-million dollars. There's a lot of research that says that most people cannot comprehend any number bigger than 1 million. As soon as you get to 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, 100 million, it's all the same to most people. So if you're going to consult on an issue, it's got to be in language that people understand, like the impact on their rates. $50, $100, something like that. That is a meaningful consultation. Just simply listing issues in the order of tens of millions of dollars is simply not meaningful consultation. And if I compare the consultation on the theatre with the consultation that was done on climate change, we had over 1,000 hours of citizen input into the consultations on climate change, 10 public workshops, and a very effective advisory group putting up a whole bunch of recommendations, only one of which was accepted. So I would request that the council reconsider the funding going into the theatre. I personally believe that should be stopped, and I personally would like to see substantially more going into climate change, which is a major issue in which we've had superb consultation on that topic. I'd like action consistent with that level of consultation. So thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. In regard to climate change, because it does seem to circle back, what specifically should this council be spending money on for climate change
you've had
than
10
it isn't now? So what specifically?
So you had 10 proposals from me in November that came from the public consultation, and 9 out of 10 were rejected. Also in the draft strategy material we put together, there were several hundred other suggestions which a group of us could easily pull together into further specific suggestions. So you've had suggestions and they've been rejected.
So my question is, name me one tangible thing that we should be spending money on for climate change that we're not now?
I'm not going to do that because then you can just argue about the specific. I'm putting forward the general issue of climate change, which is a huge topic, whether it's preparing for more hailstorms, more droughts, more floods, coastal erosion, loss of overseas markets, and so on. There's no one of those that I want the council to just spend money on that, ignore the others. I want the council to put the issues on the table. And I'm going to ask a question, since we have question time. Who of you around the table understands climate change?
The
So
opportunity.
you understand the impact of 1 degree temperature rise. What impact does that have on the moisture content of the atmosphere and the force and the strength of the storms? So New Zealand, the waters around New Zealand have heated more than anywhere else in the world, 1.8 degrees. What impact does that have on storms? What impact did it have on the Auckland floods? What impact does climate change have on the anticipated droughts and hailstorms in South Canterbury? There are a huge number of very big issues, and I'm asking the council to either understand it yourselves or rely on people who do understand it. And our advisory group had a whole bunch of people that were putting really good suggestions forward. And I'm asking you to understand those suggestions and respond to them.
Okay, well, if you can come back to us with tangible things we can do on climate change, it would be interested in the
I've already done
conversation.
that, Nigel, and you rejected them.
No, you haven't. I have not seen anything tangible from you, Dr. Phil.
That is nonsense. In November last year, I put forward 10 proposals from the advisory group.
Yeah.
In writing, in a written report.
I'll invite you in, as I have previously. Come and have a meeting with me.
I'd like to do it in public, Nigel. This is a public issue.
Okay, if you like. We can have a public meeting. That's fine. Yeah. But I've invited you numerous times and you just like to play everything out in the public realm, as is your right, but everything just seems to come back to climate change. And actually this council's investing a lot of money in climate change and you negate that fact. So, anyway.
When you say you're investing a lot of money in climate change, how much are you investing, Nigel?
So everything that we do in regard to infrastructure investment is thought of with a lens of climate change. The Parriora pipeline, as an example, the work that was done before that was looking at the region, whether over the next 100 years, what the effects of climate change would be on that resource. It was going to be at about 90% of what it is now. So that investment was done into that pipe. Again, and so that is replacement of around $30 million infrastructure with thinking and a lens to climate change. So those things are happening all the time. When we're renewing roading, when we're renewing bridges that you've advocated for, all that stuff does come with a climate change lens.
It has got a bit of a climate change lens, but our community recommended a whole lot of issues that go outside of anything the council does and asked for your leadership on those issues, like the impacts of droughts and storms on our economics, on our farming. The impact on issues like
yeah, hold on, we are at time, but I think and I'm happy to pick this up, we can do it in public somewhere. I'm not sure what public means to you, but I have extended an invite numerous times. But I think the difference on what you suggest and our reflection on what you're suggesting to us, a lot of that doesn't sit with a local council. And so a lot of it, you're saying local ratepayers should bear the cost, whereas a lot of those things that you suggest should actually be picked up by central government. So I think that's where we disagree. A lot of it you present, we don't actually disagree with. It's just who wears and bears the cost of that.
So if central government isn't picking it up, either you pick it up or nobody picks it up, and that's the situation we've got. So I agree with you, Nigel, totally. I think central government should pick it up. We're actually in agreement on that.
Yeah, we're actually in agreement on a few of these things, Dr. Phil. Look, we are at time, but thank you for your submission, and we do appreciate your passion for our community. Genuinely, I appreciate that, and thank you. But keen to continue our conversation, if you're keen. Alrighty, we are running early still, but I'll just check, is Stephen here from Allworks? Welcome, Stephen, brilliant. Come on up. So it's probably your first time in the hot seat, Stephen, but you've got 10 minutes. We know what you're talking on, obviously, so we're keen to listen and have a chat. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Your Honour, and thank you, councillors, for taking the time to listen to what we have to say. So, yeah, look, my name is Stephen Esposito. I'm an advisor to Woolworks New Zealand, and I'm here really on behalf of what we're calling the Timaru Business Leaders Group. Today, I'm representing really the 12 major industrial businesses in the district. That's DB Breweries, Alpine Salmon, Tasman Tanning, South Island, SCBP, Heartland Chips, Pioneer Energy, Juice Products New Zealand, Sanford, Tallies, Freshport New Zealand, Woolworks, and McCain's. And I know there are one or two of my colleagues in these businesses here in attendance. Of course, they were going to come here at 10, so not sure if they're all here. Look, I think everybody appreciates the economic impact of these businesses, and I probably don't really need to emphasize it too much, but we've calculated that probably together these businesses employ over 900 people and probably contribute at least $100 million of cash injection through wages and other services into the local economy. So I think it would be fair to say they are essential businesses to South Canterbury's value-added food and manufacturing sectors. So why are we here? Well, we're here to respectfully oppose the proposed trade waste fee increase for 25-26. And I'd like to request the council hold the fees flat this year at a 0% increase. But that's while we work together on a clearer understanding of the system and its long-term value and cost to the community. Now, of course, we value the system. We depend on it. All those businesses do. It's business critical to them. And of course, those businesses accept that they need to pay their fair share. But the increases that have been proposed for this year come after several years of steep ongoing hikes that we've seen already. And so for context, in case you weren't too sure when we put it in our submission, the trade waste charges to those businesses have actually increased 48% over the last 4 years. So if you look at all the other types of costs that we have to manage through those businesses, it is quite a large increase that has already been absorbed. And last year alone, it was 25% increase. Now, just to put that in context, what that means for those businesses, so for Woolworks alone, that's $100,000 of added cost over that period, and the other businesses will have seen similar sorts of impacts. And of course, you know, what has been difficult for us to understand around these cost increases is there hasn't been a really obvious, you know, big investment into the system. Those investments were made some time ago, and so there hasn't been a massive amount of improvement that we can see, and there hasn't really until now been a lot of transparency about what, or there hasn't been any transparency about what those future costs might be. So you can understand where the concern lies. Of course, you know, the context, the economic context that the business community is in, I think you would also appreciate. Most of those businesses, you know, in the current economic climate would be under a reasonable amount of financial pressure. And what's been made clear to me too is, you know, many are going through their own budget rounds right now. Many have multi-year contracts with their customers. And it's difficult, if not impossible, to sort of pass any added costs on, especially when they occur relatively quickly. So, I guess what we understand, and we understand the change, and we want to acknowledge the closure of the Alliance Smithfield plant, then that's had a significant impact on, obviously, the community, on council revenue, and of course on your ability to gain revenue for the tradeway system. And we also have to acknowledge that staff have done some work over the last week or so, and we understand that through some of those reviews, they've revised the total cost or the total revenue pool that's been attributed to this system down now to $2.99 million. And we certainly appreciate the effort that's been made. Our understanding now is this has been changed a little bit, that officers now are recommending a proposed increase of 7.8%. And that's much better than what we had originally saw with the first letter we received, which was proposing 44%. So we have to acknowledge that work, but really we still don't really have a clear understanding of the basis for how those costs are calculated. We've been given a few numbers, but we don't understand the underlying assumptions. What's been driving the increases in the past? How has that come about? And of course, what really the businesses will be concerned about is what's the long-term prospect for the system and what's the long-term prospect for the cost and the ability to achieve the consents into the future. So our request really is that we're asking Council to pause the increase this year and maintain the current rates that we've been living with. And why are we asking this? Well, really, we think the Council's trade waste revenue should remain comparable to the recent years. And we do acknowledge, of course, that some of this cost isn't all cash cost to yourself. It is depreciation, so it gives a little bit of flexibility. And we believe there's a bit of time and space to get this right as we find out what happens long-term with the Smithfield site, as well as any other future users of the system. And we'd really like to work together with you and your officers around coming up with a longer-term plan that really clarifies the true costs and the apportionment to the system, the industrial trade waste system, and looks at what is the future capacity, what's the confidence of meeting the consents, what are the risks around that, and any future investment needs, so that we can get confidence on both sides around the long-term outlook for the trade waste system and, of course, the long-term costs. So, in closing, really the point we're really making here is we're not here to avoid paying. We are here because we really care deeply about this infrastructure. It's important to ourselves and the community overall and to the environment. But we really want to take the time to understand it properly, plan together, and really look at an ability to work together to minimize the financial impact on the businesses. So with that, I really thank you for this brief chance to make this point. We've put some written submissions as well with a little bit more detail in there, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. And as I noted, there's a few of the businesses here if anybody has any specific questions you'd like to ask. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Piddington.
Thanks, Stephen. Have read the submission. There's just a couple of points I'd like to make, I guess. I'm a big fan of user pays, and it's unfortunate with Smithfield and transfer costs. But you lose me a bit when you want a zero increase, because Chris Thomas was talking age concern. You're just passing that on to 11,000 older ratepayers. There is no magic bucket of money. And it also challenges you in your balance sheet. You have depreciation and charge it, but you're asking us to ignore it and fund it a different way. So I'm a wee bit lost. I'm with you. We should be totally transparent on what our costs are, how they come about, and there's got to be a fair raise. But to suggest a 0% just moves all that cost to our other ratepayers. So I can't agree with that, but I do agree we need to be transparent, we need to talk to you, and we need to find some solutions together. So when you look at the increases, you totally understand that, because I get the frustration if you just see an increase. At least we're down from 44%, but I mean, that's not real either. But yeah, let's work with you, but I can't agree to zero, because you won't be, your costs, what you're charging people won't be the same as it was last year, because there are costs that you just have to come across.
Look, and I think it would be fair to say the businesses acknowledge that they want to pay the fair share, right? I guess there are ways in which these costs are being apportioned, and what we really would like to get the confidence around what we're actually paying for. And I think you could appreciate that being hit with a massive increase last year, as well as another one this year, we really can't understand where that's coming from. And I guess, the council have got obviously some levers to pull in terms of how those costs are actually apportioned. And so is this really a true cost increase that the council is facing, or is it really just about how those various costs have been apportioned? Including things like overheads and other sort of costs that need to be shared. So we're not talking about pushing these costs onto ratepayers and making people pay for things that shouldn't be achieving or benefiting from. But, I guess, we really don't have the clarity in terms of what we're actually paying for. And again, I would make the point, if you really look over time and, 5 years ago what we were paying versus what we were paying today, what's really been driving that added cost? Where's the council cost control around keeping the cost to ourselves down? So, I think, I accept, we do agree we want to user pay, but we really don't have the confidence that the numbers, have been backed up, and particularly based on what we've seen into the past. So I think that's...
Totally accept that. We should be very transparent. You should be able to, within reason, see, but there are overheads and other costs.
Yep.
My problem is a zero increase does mean we either borrow or other ratepayers pay. It's just how the system works. But yeah, accept your points totally.
Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor Nigel. Thank you, Stephen. And a couple of very good submissions regarding the trade waste pricing. Just one thing I'd like your thoughts on, of course, last year you noted a significant increase, and I look back on previous years and there were, 3 or 4 years with 0% increase. You'd probably accept, of course, even though you had no increase, there would have been increases there that obviously wouldn't have passed on, because no operational costs stay the same year on year as they wouldn't have for your own business, so some of that will well have been a catch-up.
Yeah, well, I think we can all acknowledge that nothing stays the same and there will have been added costs. I guess that's the point, that we'd really like to understand where those costs have come from. I mean, what we are trying to acknowledge, I think, is that much of the cost of the system is actually fixed cost, being the infrastructure that has already been constructed. So we can accept the depreciation requirement for that. Have the added costs been as a result of, the added operational costs to, treat water or to operate pumps and all those sorts of things? We can certainly understand that, but I guess the scale of the change over that period of time has been quite large, and it's difficult to understand where those costs have risen. But yes, totally accept that, everything's become more expensive. We definitely understand that.
Councillor Pennington.
Is there a possibility that Andrew can speak to that just briefly, or are we?
Yeah, I can speak to it, and then Andrew can fill any voids in. So we do have a paper coming to council, talk specifically on trade waste. And I think probably it's the same as, one of the driving costs will be the same as all of our, infrastructure. We've gone from, 2016, from 16 mil of depreciation. We've now got about 42 mil of depreciation. So for us, it's not an expense. It's actually money we put aside to invest back into the infrastructure. You've got contract rates and values of infrastructure have increased, and so depreciation has increased, we could say unfairly, but for us it's a real cost, and so that will be driving some of those costs to the scheme. But I think, and I've been over this, and I appreciate the conversations with, like Tony and Chris, and I think there's some really good learnings for council. In a conversation with one of you, you talked about, where you need to set your price and at what point. And I think we run realistically probably about 6 months behind as far as our financial year. So we need to probably, prior to Christmas, be thinking about next year's charges for the likes of industry, so there's certainty around some of those costs. So we just need to sort of change our system and our way of thinking, so those costs are there. And so if you're dealing with your customer, you know accurately that what those costs are going to be and how you can pass them on. But you certainly have our commitment from the Andrews to look at this. And obviously you've had some good conversations, and we've got a paper coming, so we're keen to keep the dialogue open. It's important, the users, I often champion all of your businesses with what's great about Timaru, the success of, Wash Dyke and industrial, the fact that 50% of our water, goes to, the users at Wash Dyke is a great success story. So we need to make sure it works for you and it works for our community. You have our commitment to working through that with you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Probably, do you want to cover anything, Andrew, or are you okay?
Just a comment that, yeah, we are very conscious of making sure these costs are very transparent, and we are working on that now. You know, sometimes there is splitting those costs up can be simply based on flow or, you know, the usage of a different system. So we will be here back in touch with you, and it is part of the paper that will be presented to Council next week.
Yeah, I guess in response to that, I guess there are certain assumptions about what costs get apportioned to which part of the system, and, you know, having a little bit of understanding of how that works and make sure that it, you know, it is fair to all users, I think is part of what we'd like to be able to understand.
Yeah, look, we'll commit to is getting as much done in the time that we have, and then continuing that conversation, you know, post July as well. So,
Nigel, I'd like to acknowledge what you've said there. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and certainly maybe the thing from a business point of view is, you know, a view on multi-year expectations, I think, would be something that we'd really appreciate, because you know, the system itself doesn't change over time, you know, much time, and having a view if there's more investment that needs to be made or not, and what that actually looks like, rather than having this conversation every year, I think would go a long way.
No, there's a couple of things in our system that don't just work, and it seems to be in the waste theme, to be fair. It's trade waste and it's also waste as well. So, yeah, you know, I appreciate that, but, you know, there's some nods that will be helpful, so we'll certainly pick up on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries. Brilliant. Appreciate you submitting. Oh, sorry, I missed Peter, sorry.
In terms of these incremental increases and what have you, is there planning in place, or is there a tipping point that you see at some stage where, especially with some of those businesses, where they will look at investing on-site treatment to reduce the overhead and also the implications of how much of that trade waste and what that entails going into our infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I think it needs to be emphasized through all of this that everybody's making their own business case in terms of how it participates in this scheme versus doing whatever it needs to do. And I think, you know, in talking to a lot of the businesses, if you look at what's been achieved over the last 10 plus years, there's been a massive amount of investment by those businesses on their own sites with treatment systems. And, you know, it's been pretty impressive listening to, and actually coming together has been a real opportunity to share a little bit about what's working and what's not working. So, you know, that's a really important thing that, and I think that's part of getting the visibility over the long term when people are making investment decisions about, you know, what is the long-term cost of treating this waste. It goes back to also, you know, what are the objectives, the numbers that we actually have to meet, because that has a cost in itself. And I understand the council, obviously, with the loss of Smithfield, making sure that it can still achieve its own numbers, you know, is certainly important. So, yes, that's the thing that everybody will be comparing it to, doing it yourself versus being part of the scheme. It's a business case, simple as that.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you to all the submissions on our trade waste. And I too just want to acknowledge the businesses, not only that are listed here, but in our community, the difference that you make to it. I think I encourage you all to continue to talk to councillors. I mean, until we were made aware of the first set of communications that came out, we were unaware of the impact. Well, that letter obviously wasn't correct, but the continued impact that these decisions have on you and your businesses. So please, I encourage you to continue to talk to me and Nigel, talk to your councillors you're connected to, so we can, continue to work on this and get it right for our business community. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think the other thing too is, you know, coming together and working together has been fantastic as well, because, you know, it's difficult always to achieve all these things with all the other business pressures. So yeah, we're definitely committed to working as a group with council. So thank you. Yeah.
And while I have the opportunity, we are to all those big users of water, we're currently consulting on our local water done well, and our preferred option is a joint council-controlled organisation. I will be following up with you in person, but we would be really keen to receive submissions from our big water users, but I do actually have a list of all your numbers to give you a personal ring, because we're really keen to have that feedback for our local water done well. So yeah, appreciate the opportunity to sell on that point.
We'll take that on board and make sure it's on our agenda.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Great.
Cheers.
Thank you for your time.
Alrighty, Nathan. Welcome, Nathan. Thanks, everyone. Welcome, Nathan. You know the drill, and we've read your submission, and another good one, as always. So go for it.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nathan Hole, representing the Rooney Group of companies. And we've made a submission in relation to fees and charges, in particular the infrastructure group administration fees. So in summary, there's very little information available to support these charges, let alone the increases proposed. The concern for Rooney Group is not only the cost of significant year-on-year increases, but the lack of information provided and available to support these increases. Furthermore, there appears to be a major inconsistency between the infrastructure group charges and how Council has said it will fund its activities, which is set out in the revenue and financing policy. This raises the question as to whether many of these charges are indeed lawful. The administration fees charged specified for the infrastructure group are not identified in the revenue and financing policy as revenue sources to fund the operating and capital expenditure costs of core activities such as roading and footpaths, wastewater, stormwater and water. The revenue and financing policy states that these core activities are funded from a variety of sources, but fees and charges from administration services are neither included nor provided for as a source of revenue for these group activities. This raises a significant question as to whether or not they can be lawfully charged, let alone increased in this annual plan process. Additionally, as Council has no revenue and financing policy that addresses the infrastructure group administration services, there is a transparency gap as to what these services are funding and the reason for these fees and the charges levied. Are they entirely user pays, or is there a public good private benefit split? In terms of the Council's revenue policy, this business unit of Council appears not to exist, yet it must generate significant income for Council. As stated, the revenue and financing policy for the infrastructure group activities does not include any revenue from fees and charges from administration services, yet the funding impact statement for roading and footpaths does identify annual operating funding from fees and charges. Next year, the forecast income is approximately 1.3 million. Yet the revenue and financing policy for this activity has no funding identified from fees and charges for either operational or capital funding. Is this income from infrastructure group administration fees and land transport fees? We simply don't know. As the policy documents attached to the long-term plan do not provide for these fees and charges, it is questionable whether they should be charged in the first instance, let alone the year-on-year increases that have occurred and are proposed again. At the very least, there should be information available to support and justify the increases in relation to the relevant infrastructure group activities. And I included a table in our submission that set out those year-on-year increases. It is suggested that there are very few private businesses that could increase fees and charges at the rate Council has been able to and still maintain their customer base. The point being that the public has no choice but to pay these charges when requiring Council services. That is why the Local Government Act requires councils to have funding policies to provide the necessary transparency that Council is lacking in relation to these charges and the proposed changes. The staff rates are also significant and well exceed the comparable industry rates. Also of concern are the land transport fees and charges. In particular, the charges relating to infrastructure consents and corridor access requests, or CARs. The charges for working without an approved car or traffic management plan are simply pseudo-infringement fees that do not relate to any service activity and should not be charged. Of concern is the inconsistent practice of charging infrastructure group staff rates in relation to administration and monitoring of land transport infrastructure consents and CARs associated with contracts. All charges levied should be transparent and must be consistent with the revenue and financing policy for that activity to ensure the legitimacy of the charges. So in summary, the infrastructure group administration fees and the land transport fees and charges are questionable as they are inconsistent with the revenue and financing policy and the long-term plan, despite the statutory purpose of that document, which is in part to require the council to show the revenue sources it uses to fund operating costs, and despite council's own statements that it has made. A move to a user pays model is required to be supported by an adopted revenue and financing policy. The existing and proposed staff rates for the infrastructure group are not comparable to industry rates for similar personnel, and monitoring and compliance charges associated with corridor access requests should adhere to the fixed charges specified and only charged when they are in accordance with an adopted revenue and financing policy. And we think that council should undertake an independent review of the legitimacy of its infrastructure group and land transport fees and charges before adopting any changes. There's a process that needs to be worked through to make these changes, and it should occur from the top down, not from the bottom up. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. We'll take your points in the summary later on into deliberations, and we've got we'll probably have some questions for officers, so we'll do that after. But is there any questions for Nathan currently? No. Yeah, well articulated and good submission, so I appreciate you submitting and presenting, and yeah, we'll pick that up in the next stage. Thanks, Nathan. All righty, we welcome Ethan. Hey Ethan, how are you?
Morning all.
Morning. Go for it.
Just come here to talk about some of the levels of service proposals, because that seemed to be the driving force of what you wanted feedback on this year. I know keeping rates rises down has been the main imperative this year, but I also think we should really be thinking about what some of these cuts could affect our community. There will be a price to pay for any of these cuts now. Reducing levels of service, it just won't create a stronger community, it won't give us a better quality of life, and it won't help us grow. Our community is more than a collection of houses connected together by roads and pipes. It needs more than that. A town is not much of a town if the roads don't lead to anything other than work. It's a living thing that relies on public facilities like libraries and community events. I know you've thrown these ideas out here to keep the rates down, but we will have a bigger problem with rates increases when a third of our town is set on a fixed income in a couple decades' time. We could save a bit of money now, but if we have a town that only does the basics, it'll feel even more dead than it does now. You know, a town that only does the basics isn't actually a place where a lot of people want to live. And I really fear that a town that feels that dead will just speed up this process of hollowing out the working age population of Timaru, right? Whether to Melbourne or Auckland or wherever. I think it'll just speed it up. I mean, I can't see new families wanting to move to an area with libraries that have reduced hours, pools that have reduced hours, that mean they can't access it during work, or their kids can't access it during their school hours, or we don't have community events on because they can't manage the traffic management costs, or they don't have the funding to start up their events. I just don't see it. I mean, doing less won't solve our rates troubles. They'll just delay them until the next generation. It'll kick the basic maintenance burden onto a smaller next generation. All I'm asking of you is to think of some of the impacts before you look at cutting these operating hours and some of these basic maintenances. Cheers.
Awesome. Thanks, Ethan. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Ethan. As a mother of 4 teenagers, I'd be very concerned if my kids thought that this town was dead. So I would like to explore that a little bit more with you and why you think that our community feels dead to you. Because I've lived here all my life too, and I absolutely love living in this community, and that's why my children all school here and participate. So why do you feel that way?
Well, I think majoritatively it comes from my experience of when I left high school, I stayed here, not necessarily by, an extreme want to stay, but circumstances mean I stayed. And I reckon 80% of my class left the minute they got out of that classroom, right? And at some point, a town feeling dead is not even about the reality. It's about the vibe, the mood in the town, right? And it's taken a downturn since I got out of school, like half a decade ago, right, post-COVID. But I think a town being dead, partly its own people's fault because they stay inside, they don't interact with that community in any way. But I don't think that's helped when what the main street looks like, what it does, and there isn't anything particularly of interest to not even the youth, just the under 30 crowd in this town. So it's a feeling. It's not based on empirical facts, but I will tell you, knowing a bunch of young people, it is very much the mood. Everyone's looking to run away from this town basically as quickly as I can.
Councillor Piddington.
Thanks for submitting, Ethan. Always enjoy your thoughts. It's great. Would you agree, though, like, say, and this is an example, if a library opens early and it only gets 2 people on a particular day to save funds, or a particular day? Because if I took a library, for example, people like to go, but if we closed them all on Tuesday, and I'm not saying we are, and people knew they were available 6 other days a week, would that be okay?
Oh, look, I'm open to it. If only 2 people are turning up, I think there's a pretty strong case for that. But I was simply responding to the fact that, and it was just, let's reduce the hours. And I've seen other towns and cities take that route, and they've set it till 9 till 3. And if anyone's had to use a bank, they know how bloody inconvenient those hours are. So when you think about the main users of libraries or pools or museums, that would have an effect. So yeah, absolutely support when there's really low usership or it just doesn't make sense. Sure, cut a day off a week to make sure the rest of the days stay, functioning and well opened and well funded. But if we're going to do severe cuts, I think I have a pretty big problem then.
And just one other thing, to stop people staying indoors and leaving the town, what would your 2 or 3 suggestions be as a council we could do to stop that?
You've thrown a big one at me without a lot of time for preparation here. But I have thought about it quite a bit. I think the 2 things that people generally look for when they want to live in a place is housing and jobs, right? And we don't have enough housing variety in Timaru. It's all single family lots that, frankly, it's affordable compared to the rest of the country, but it is not affordable. I worked it out the other day. At my current pay rate, I'd have to spend about 10 years living with my parents and dedicating 80% of my income to look towards getting a decent deposit on a house, right? That's just not there. So making it easier to build houses, building more houses in the CBD or, opening that up would be massive because I know people really want that urban living, right? And then it's hard to overlook the amount of jobs that are going down the drain here. And not just that, with Smithfield and these related things, it's had a bit of a rippled effect. But more so than that, I feel that there is a lack of variety of jobs around here. There is a sense, and this isn't entirely accurate, but it's like, okay, you stay around here, you can go work at Fulton Hogan or Silver Firms Farms. And it's like, great, but a huge amount of young people want something more than that. So I don't have a specific solution on that, but a bit of job growth and variety in job growth.
Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Councillor Burt. Well, questions, is that Ethan the favourite? All the questions coming in
I think
now.
yes,
Hey?
yes.
Yeah. Councillor Burt.
Ethan is the favourite because what he's talking about is the future. And but what I would want some context, and what I was going to ask you is, this is not just unique to Timaru, is it? And also, it's not something that has suddenly escalated and is apparent today, and that it has been something that has been ongoing. And again, that uniqueness, it's not Timaru, so I'm asking you to speak to that. But also, the key for me and my views are that we know that the youth, depending on where they are and in terms of their aspirations and everything, and education do go away, and it's the key to the ones coming back, the ones who want to come back here, affordability, family, those social connections and the facilities. Can you speak to that? Because I want context.
Yeah, well, you're right, it's not just Timaru. The entire country, and arguably the entire world, Western world, is dealing with this. And it really, I think, is just effective urban agglomeration. The cities have more people, thus they have more jobs, they have better jobs. If you go off to uni or trades, there'll be more jobs up there, and it just keeps growing. And I think we're in another phase where, cities are really attracting the majority of the population, and you see that every couple of decades. But I don't think that means, let's give up and let's just deal with, a third or half of our population being retired, because, we look at the areas around the world that are like that, think Japan or rural Japan. It's been pretty disastrous for their local communities, not just their local economy, but communities, right? So is it a long shot? Are we one of thousands of towns dealing with it? Sure. But I still think we should try to solve that. We should try to combat it. Because, hey, if we can get it down from a third to 25%, that's a big help at the end of the day, right? So, yeah, I know it's the entire world dealing with this, but I don't think that's an excuse to say, let's not think too much about this issue.
Thanks, everyone. All okay? Thanks, Ethan. And I liked your opening comments. The road needs to lead somewhere. It's good.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ethan. We're going to go now online, and I believe Nikki is there. So, alrighty. Kia ora, welcome, Nikki. There we go. We can see you. Can hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, and you're
can
good
you
as
hear me
well.
okay?
Yeah, so go for it. The floor is yours.
Cool. Kia ora, good morning.
One moment, we've just lost you. Hold on. Actually, Councillor Scott, could you turn that microphone off for me? Sorry. Try again, Nikki.
Okay, how's that?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, good. I do feel like there's a bit of an echo. Hopefully that's all right at your end.
Yeah, it's
good
fine.
Morning, everybody. Yeah. My name is Nikki Snowink. I'm the Regional Conservation Manager for Forest and Bird for Canterbury. And I made a submission on the annual plan briefly on a couple of points, which I'm going to speak to today. And that is around the potential cuts to environmental services. And we would really strongly ask the council to avoid doing that, particularly jobs around planning and biodiversity and climate change. We think these are really important things to keep on funding in the Timaru district. And also the community funding for the SNA program, which is important to us. In your LTP, you do have $100,000 allocated per year, and we strongly urge you to keep doing that. That's important. So, as you know, Forest and Bird has long advocated for SNAs and a strong supporter of the Timaru District Council SNA program. We think that TDC is an absolute progressive in this space, and we would not want to see that fall over by the removal of the funding for the SNA program. Your SNA program at Timaru District is often held up as an exemplar for other councils, so we really encourage you to carry on with that program. We also understand that the funding that you have set aside to support that program is an obligation that has arisen from the district plan. So the sort of like quid pro quo of having in the SNA program is to make sure that there's funding available to help the land occupiers that agreed to have the SNAs to access some funding to help maintain them and restore them and keep the pests and the weeds and that sort of thing out of them. And we also understand that that funding is fully utilised, which means that it's an appropriate minimum amount probably, and it would be the wrong thing to reduce it in any way. SNAs are really important, and they provide a solid foundation to help expand on things like nature-based solutions to provide much more resilience for community resilience for climate change. And we absolutely think it would be wrong to take away any jobs or money to encourage that. Be the wrong thing to do. It's kind of short-sighted. So to cut a long story short, I just want to urge the council to retain the current funding of $100,000 a year for the Biodiversity SNA program, and to help the community with SNAs to look after their SNAs, and also would really love to see, as we've advocated before to the council, to have in-house expertise in the form of a biodiversity officer to help provide advice and make sure that that fund is implemented properly and effectively throughout the district. So thanks very much for the opportunity to present. That's all I had to say, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Nikki. Appreciate that, and appreciate you submitting sort of annually. Any questions from the floor? No, that's right. We appreciate your comments in regard to the funding, and we'll take that on board with deliberations. Thanks, Nikki. Appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Best wishes. Bye.
Alrighty. Welcome now, Jan. Welcome, Jan, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'd like to start by acknowledging the council input into the strategic framework that Geraldine has. It keeps the community board and our community's focus broad and long, and on Geraldine's people's views of themselves and their place and how it can be for the future. So thank you for that. On the rates, look, yes, make the increase 9% overall. It is palatable and unpalatable at the same time. We understand what you're doing there. Fees and charges. I made a couple of points there. You'll remember about 3 years ago the Te Moana water scheme and the trouble that we had here. That was related to changes at central government that changed the parameters of a category. And while I'm not aware that there is any sort of bizo that could be anything like the Te Moana issue, please just be aware of that. And the second point, also an important one, please just ensure that any resulting fees and charges don't exceed actual cost. Funding reductions, look, please do investigate. There is no harm in being open-minded, and sometimes you can actually end up with something better than you started with. But please take everything case by case on its own merits. As a very blunt example, if you take a library, and this is a very blunt example, but you go to a library, you may borrow a book or get some information, take it home, and home is where most of the business occurs. You can't do the same with a swimming pool. You can't go and purchase a swim and take it home and enjoy it there. So that is a brutal example, but it's just how I think these things need to be taken case by case. Roads and bridges, please take as written. On our strategic framework, which I mentioned earlier, the advocacy and in-kind aspect of what we do under our strategic framework goes on. It's actually a big part of what we do, but it's relatively invisible. It tends to be through meetings and letters, that sort of thing. And it's really helpful. It gives us a mandate, gives us a steer. But we do need to continue doing planning in a disciplined way through our strategic framework, keeping it fresh, checking into where we are and what we can hand on to the next board. I think we also need to be able to deliver to our community in tangible ways, tangible, visible ways. So for that, we ask for continued funding. For our targeted rate, we're asking for a small increase there, and that's because we've been able to achieve an awful lot for our community. We'll have groups that we know very well come to us for projects we can understand the benefit of. We've been able to support them. Just as an example, the signage project, and you will have seen the signs on all the main roads leading into Geraldine. So they've had a refresh through that fund. We've recently funded a defibrillator, and there have been a few leisure activity support projects we've been able to get behind. So we wish to be able to keep delivering to our community in this way. The Town Hall Cinema. So this does fall out of our strategic framework, but it's an item in and of itself. So it's the cultural and physical heart of our place, and it turns 100 this year. It's referenced in several places in our strategic framework. So the board asks for its earthquake strengthening, and we'd like it fixed in the plan. It would be greatly appreciated if it was fixed in the plan, because it would be of material value and also of symbolic value to have that done. As we understand it, IL2 is sufficient, and that's importance level 2, and that's the building standard, and that's explained in the submission. You may remember, some of you were at Geraldine Community Board meeting late last year, where there were several submitters to our public forum on this issue. The group of submitters included a structural engineer who suggested a six-figure sum, probably starting with 2, would be sufficient to get that work done. And lastly, rural roads. To a large extent, what we've got there just repeats what is stated earlier in our district-wide, or the district-wide aspect of our submission. The board particularly wanted to acknowledge the thorough and nuanced work that the council, or focus that the council has on that issue, but most particularly for our ward, which is, due to climatic reasons, really needy, and most especially the Rangitata Gorge Road. So the board asks only that that work be resourced sufficiently to keep that work being done sufficiently. And that's it. I'd be happy to take some questions, everyone.
Awesome, thanks, Jan. Questions for Jan? Councillor Piddington.
What's your targeted rate at the moment?
It's $7. We're looking for an increase to 10.
that's a big percentage.
We did discuss that, but we're getting a lot done. Our targeted rates sat there largely untouched for some time, but I think the community is better aware of it now, and we're better aware of how to use it. So, but we'd like to keep contributing.
I'm all for it, Jan. I
figured that.
Any other questions for Jan? But no, well covered the points that sit and priorities for Geraldine, so I appreciate that work. And yeah, there's some things that we'll just keep chatting on, such as cinema, so I appreciate that. Yep.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jan. Awesome. Alrighty, we are running early. Stu, welcome.
Us here to just take notes and ask all the questions at the end, because I'm just going to give you a bullet point, a whole lot of, hope the typists there are ready to get all this down. Covering it, you've no doubt hopefully read my submission. Might have given some of you a bit of a laugh there occasionally. Right, I'll set the old timer going and we'll go for it. The first thing is the rates differential, which I've spoken with Nigel and various ones about. I don't think a lot of you guys realise that in Timaru, we had the one speaking about the waste before, but business, commercial and industry very much subsidise the ratepayers, and we pay a massive differential. Some towns don't have differentials at all, and some towns have actually changed, I think up around Hastings and that, they've just changed theirs so that it's actually based on the capital value rather than your land value. But just to give you some idea, everyone in this room have a think of what the land value is where your house is at the moment. I've got 224 square metres in Stafford Street, and this year my rates will be nudging on 10%. So you imagine what your land value is worth, and if your rates were 10% of that, it's pretty ridiculous. So, yeah, you've got to wonder when Alliance and places like this, they had 5 freezing works, they had to decide which one to close. Things like your trade waste, your water costs and your rates are big, have a big effect on which decisions they make there. Okay, that's a story for another day. Tiles, please replace these ASAP. Okay, shoes that I'm wearing, on the bottom it says Michelin. They know a fair bit about grip. These things are as slippery as hell on a rainy day. And the councillor that the last time I came and submitted about it suggests we wear different shoes maybe to walk down the street. Well, we're not a bowling alley. You shouldn't be able to wear any footwear. And at the time I was told that the tiles were fit for purpose. They might have been up to specification, but specification and fit for purpose is 2 totally different things. Probably most people in this room will know Bev and Beryl, the Decker ladies, the twins that walk around dressed identically. 6 weeks ago, one of them was walking around with a stick because outside the old bank she asked over and broke her elbow. Now, you're saying you want older people to move into town potentially, in CBD or whatever. No one wants to shift into a town, A, where nothing's happening, but aside from that, where they're potentially going to arse over every time there's a rainy day. We've got verandas that leak because the council's refusing to rot out the drains underneath them, which belong to the council. So quite often you've got the rain falling on a veranda, can't go down the downpipe because the drain underneath, and that all comes back to the road sweeping thing, which Alan Booth rightly had to go out there at your last meeting. That road sweeper goes down the street every day, and you got your gutter, and its little wire brush goes boom and pushes all the gunk up those, and a lot of those are full in 25 years. They've never been cleaned out, and that's why the water is now pouring out of your verandas. On the street sweeping thing, that little squirrel on P that goes along with his leaf blower, if any of you guys actually talk to the retailers, most retailers get annoyed that every day they have to do sweep out the inside of their shop from the leaves that get blown in their shop door. Leaves only the stuff on the street, it's a month a year that you've got stuff. Why can't the council employ someone with one of those petrol powered, like a little cart that goes along with a big wide sucker on the front and suck up the leaves? In the old days, like 30 years I've lived in the main street in 6 weeks' time. In the old days there was all sorts of, there was beer bottles, cans, there was rubbish on the street. Now it's very rare to see litter that isn't in one of the litter bins. And so because of that, why are we actually paying to sweep the streets at all? Castle Street in Dunedin, where all the students hang out, they've just upped their sweeping rate to 3 times a week. We get it done 7 times a week. I get woken up at 4 a.m. on a Sunday morning by this dude with his little petrol-powered leaf sweeper. I'm fairly sure most of you guys would get pretty upset if I turned up out at your gate with a petrol-powered chainsaw at bloody 4 in the morning, revving it away, let alone where we front right onto the street and it's right in your bedroom window. Thing here for Andrew, Chief Executive, in September 23, you were quoted in the Timaru Herald, and this was an actual story they did about the Christmas tree, but you were quoted in there at the bottom of the story as saying, CBD master plan had been completed and was soon going out to consultation. So I would like to know whatever happened to that. That was September 23, so we're coming up to 2 years there. Rubbish bins. There's, on Keynes Terrace, there's about 20 rubbish bins that sit there, cover the whole footpath, right opposite the biggest handicap park in town, and they've been there for 2 years now, probably. And they sit there constantly. They're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week they sit there. So the poor person that pulls up in their handicap wheelchair van has got no option to get out. And I said to one of the councillors once, and they said, oh, we don't know who they belong to. Well, that's real simple. Take them all away, and whoever comes looking for them, that's who they belong to. Every other person in town has to store their bins in their building. What's the big deal? Why are these there? And of all the places to be, either shift that handicap park, because literally the one piece, you know, anyone walking from the Grosvenor down for dinner at the Oxford or whatever at night has to walk across the road literally to go around these things. There's about 20 of them that sit there all the time, permanently. And none of you guys appear to have noticed them. Everyone that sits at the, what's the new restaurant called now that was Cheng's? Anyone that's sitting there eating dinner there or at the Oxford is sitting there, they're viewers of 20 rubbish bins sitting on the road. Signage. You had a signage order earlier this year. That's about the third one I know of, re-signage in the CBD. Now, your poor little person out there, some school leaver that's been sent to do an audit of what signs are in the street, it's okay saying they know what's there. Do they know what needs to go there? In the various times that I walk up and down the street, I've had people ask me what the speed limit is. I know there is one speed limit sign that I know of outside the old sewing centre, but that's the only speed limit sign I've seen. I haven't consciously looked for them, obviously. There is no actual street signs on the traffic lights there. There is, you've put that concrete bollard thing outside the sewing centre and it says Stafford Street and Boston in it, but it's the only intersection in town. There is no streets. So people come off those cruise ships. Most of them don't have data on their phones. So they get given a nice little map at the farmers market thing they have there, saying, and they're standing there saying to me, where are we? Because they're looking up and there's no bloody signs telling them where they are. It's a simple fix. Been going on this for ages. Clarissa down at the Oxford, she was told there was going to be an audit, so she said to the person from the council, oh, come and, you know, see me when you're going to do it, and then the next time she was informed it had been done. No one had been seen it. But then people ask how long they can park, because yes, it is on the little things there, but of course that confuses the hell out of people. I came here 6 years ago, did a submission to the council, and at the time it was all 30-minute parking through the main street. As a 3-month experiment, you put the middle block up to 60 just by putting a wee 6 over the 3 on the signage, and that's been like that ever since, and it's great. But I don't know who here in this room can go to a town they haven't been to, pull up, park, find a restaurant they're going to eat, order a meal, eat it, and be back to their car in 30 minutes. How ridiculous. My parking down that where I am, down the south end, was 2 hours and went from 2 hours to 30 minutes overnight. Why not put the whole street back to 30 minutes? I know you guys treat the council unit treats the fine givers as a income stream, but yeah, it just, there's so much, it makes you wonder how many people are shopping in the retail there, and some young lady's looking at a dress or something and she goes, oh, I've got to get back to my car, hangs it back on the rack and goes, because they haven't got time to finish their transaction. 30 minutes is very little time to do anything. There's not that huge amount of people parking in Timaru that I don't think you need to be that hard on it. Fly posting in the CBD, and okay, people watching online, I'm going to upset some people here, but for example, that live export people, they stuck posters all over town and nothing was done about it. And then that artist lady went and does a bit of self-promotion and spray paints the footpath, causes a big hoo-ha, wipes it off and says, oh, da-da-da, but in the meantime, she's got a hell of a lot of publicity about it. Copyfast have sign on the edge of the arcade, which they've had for ages, sitting on the footpath, sit there right there where the arcade finishes on the Stafford Street, advertising copy fast. There's no repercussions on anyone, so I suggest to anyone listening to this, any shopkeeper, just go and make some signs for your shop and stick it all over town, because the council obviously has no big deal about it. They don't seem to have an issue with it, so I suggest everyone does it. Something might happen. What else we got here? The broken lift at the piazza. You had the rock and hop here and all those people. That piazza lift, how long has that been like that? 6 months, 8 months, longer? What's happening there? At the same time you had that lift broken down, you've also got the walkway over the railway, and I believe something is happening there. But we invite people, you're paying Venture Timaru, and don't even get me started on them, but you're paying them a bag of money to try and invite people to Timaru, and the place looks a mess. It really, if you actually sit down and walk from one end of the street to the other, it's only 3 blocks, and just have a proper look. It's looking pretty rubbish. And I'm down to the last 20 seconds, so I better stop now. But yeah, welcoming any questions. Cheers. I know that was a lot to take in.
There's quite a lot there, Stu. Stu, I'll just talk to one, which is the rate differential that you talked about at the start. Yeah, we are doing a full rate review, and that's just started, so that will
That's
come.
an alarm, tell me I've gone over time.
No, that's all right. So yeah, that is happening. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions for Stu?
Can't believe there's no questions on that. Obviously, did
Well,
a really good job.
there's probably lots, but you covered about 30 topics. So, but it's in your written submission, and we've got notes. So, yeah, appreciate that. And there's some things like street sweeping, etc. that
In 6 weeks' time, I'll have lived half my life in the main street. I moved in on the day of my 30th birthday, and I turned 60 in July. And so I've walked up and down that street a lot, and I've watched the street go down, and it's getting more and more rapid, the decline. And I just wonder how many shops have got to close before the council actually does something about it. The tiles has been an ongoing thing forever. It's similar to fix. There's pallets of them sitting out at RSL's but a yard, and apparently there's no budget to put them down, of the new proper good tiles that have been sitting there paid for a long time. So why not even something as simple as each time a section of the footpath gets done up for some work, instead of putting the old ones down, put the new ones back down?
Yeah, we do progressively put them out, but we'll follow up on that point.
There's been none. Trust me, I document every time some goes down. I can tell you the exact days that have all gone down the last 5 years. Not a lot.
Righty, thank you.
Thanks for the time.
No, all good, any time. Now, do we have Enos? Enos, no. No, all good. So that is us for now. We'll take maybe 15-minute break and then come back to the papers. Brilliant. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Please be seated. Alrighty, so we'll now go back to the agenda item. We'll actually go to 4, which is any urgent business. Any urgent business that anyone want to discuss? No. Minor nature? No. Conflicts of interest?
Sorry, just 2 submissions from immediate family members.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I just wanted, and I was supposed to talk to Paul about that, but there was one submission from Rosemary Cluse, I think that's her name, from Tiana Māori Rock on the proposed district plan, so I just want to acknowledge I'm a commissioner on that.
Yep.
Obviously VT, and I've just stepped down as the Y chair last Thursday, but I'm still on the board for 1 remaining year just around the youth fund.
Yeah. Perfect. Any other conflicts of interest? No, all good. Okay, perfect. So we'll go now to the report, receipt and submissions of hearings. I'll go to recommendations 3 and 4. So acknowledge any submitters who have spoken to their submission, which we'll do, and thank you, and we'll thank them one by one as we went through, and notes that all submissions will be considered as part of the deliberations. So can I have a mover for that? Stu, Councillor Piddington, yeah, seconder. Councillor Scott, perfect. Put the motion, all those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. So you can talk to some of that detail and stuff, but that's the recommendations out of the way. Thank you. Floor's yours.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the annual plan 2025-26 deliberations. Just to scroll you back on this, this is based on year 2 of the LTP, and we published the annual plan on an exceptions basis, so that is any differences to year 2. They are fairly minor, what was proposed, and that's why we went out for informal feedback as a form of consultation. We had 129 submitters, and 11 people spoke this morning. Oh, sorry, 10 people spoke this morning. As we'll go through the deliberations, we'll note any changes you do. Instead of trying to work out a rates calculation on the fly, we will just work it out on a surplus deficit basis. So you'll add to the surplus or add to the deficit as you make cuts or as you do additions. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank all the staff for the staff comments and thank yourselves for turning up at public events. A lot of the time it was just to talk to me, but that was much appreciated. And that's probably it. And my colleague Brendan here is going to go through what the gist of the feedback was and what the main themes coming through are.
Perfect. Thanks, Stephen. So I'm here to discuss the main statistical breakdown and main submission points, I suppose, and then we'll happily hand over to Steph once you exhaust wanting to discuss that and want to get into the actual deliberations. So as per the document that was tabled today that you've hopefully received, you should have received, in terms of the statistical breakdown, whether it was by all submitters or excluded non-respondents, a plurality or majority of submitters responded in the affirmative, supporting on each of the questions the option that Council preferred. There was a strong theme through the submissions that was similar to previous years. That's broken down in the report from 13 onwards. I take most of that as read, although I'm happy to elaborate on any aspect if you wish. The main themes tended to come back as wanting to support a high level of service and not necessarily wanting cuts, particularly on the roading budgets. There was a strong support seemingly for current levels of community funding, and we've heard today in respect to SNAs, there seems to be particularly passionate themes around retaining those as well. The vast majority of submitters did not want to reduce services across council facilities, and those that did seemed to indicate that they wanted that to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. I note again that a submitter referenced that today. There were some thoughts given on proposed changes to the revenue and financing policy. We can discuss that later, but the majority seemed to be in support of what was proposed, those 2 amendments, I note that that's separate to the submission from Rooney Group today, and we can get into that in the deliberations. In terms of that final question, question 6, about any other comments or feedback as intended, a wide range was received, including a very strong theme to support the Christmas lights and angels, as possibly is of no surprise to you. A lot of people indicated that that was special and of significance to them, and they noted the historical context there, I suppose. Every year we normally get submissions talking about the importance of council cutting its cloth in difficult economic times, certainly the last few years, and therefore if a submitter supports the proposed changes, they certainly want council to keep efficiencies and the ability to generate efficiencies front of mind. That came through very strongly. There certainly are also submitters who talk about the importance of council investing in the district for its livability, and I suppose we could infer through that, they note that council isn't a traditional business in that sense. I'll pause there, very happy to answer any questions about the wider submission themes, if you have any questions on that. Otherwise, we'll vacate the chair and let Steph come up to speak and take you through deliberations.
Just the Rooney submission about perhaps we didn't follow legal process. Do you have a comment, or can you help me out there? Or is that?
Yeah, they'll come up in the deliberations, and I know Elliot, I think, has some comments on that for you as well, and I can participate in a small way with that as well.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to consider is, Elliot's going to have a look over it, and we've got the trade waste to consider as a separate paper next week. So if there's anything further that we need to consider, we'll bring it as a separate paper and deal with that next week as well. Yep. Sorry, further questions on this side? No. All good? No. Perfect. Out of the hot seat. That was easy, Brendan, wasn't it? Welcome, Steph. And so deliberations on page 102 is the paper.
Thank you, and through the chair, I've also got our CFO up here as well, just so she is visible for any financial considerations. So we'll take the report as read. You'll note that the recommendations in this paper look a little bit different with annual plan processes. We do have a preferred option, which is to proceed with the draft annual plan as is, which is everything that went out for consultation. However, there is a bit more flexibility in the recommendations because obviously after hearing submissions from the public, there may be some tweaks that you'd like to make or further information you'd like to receive prior to planned adoption on the 24th of June. I thought the best way to go through the deliberations would be based on the structure of the report, so looking at each consultation question as we go, so it follows a pretty standard format, and then specifically we'll look at some of the issues raised this morning in the hearings. So I'll also invite Selena up for some specific roading advice, should it be required. Yeah, you'll note that in a lot of the specific priorities stated by submitters, there was a strong emphasis on safety of the road network. There was a bit of a split regarding how the community perceived priorities with maintenance, investment and infrastructure, whether we scale it back for this year and increase investment in future years, or whether we continue as planned, or whether we direct the funding towards that gap that is not currently being provided by central government. Yeah, happy to take any questions, but mainly it'll be Andrew and Selena that will probably be able to give any technical advice.
Yeah, that's fine. I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding that comes through as far as how things are funded, etc. Also, who's funding what as far as the NZTA and through the through some of the submissions, the commentary read one way and the box was ticked a different way, and that's understandable. So, but probably more common this time than it has been previously, or more, which is interesting But, yeah, no, it's okay. Any questions at this stage? Yep, Councillor Scott.
I'm not sure where to ask some of these, but I was keen to know a little bit more about that Oakwood Road, and the petition that came. Is this the right time, or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
Sure.
I just wondered if someone could tell me how much are we spending on that road per year now, and what would the cost be to seal, and have we asked them for that 50-50 contribution like we have with other unsealed roads? So there's 3 questions in that.
Oakwood Road has been an ongoing issue, yes, and we have talked to the residents down there. We have suggested a 50-50 share, but there is not that willingness to do that among all the residents down there, some of them. As far as the costs of it, we're only grading it once every now and again. It is only a residential road at the end of the day. There's no heavy trucks going down there, so it's not a huge maintenance requirements. It's more, the issue is more about dust in the summer than it is about the roughness of the road. To seal that road, it's around about $400,000 a kilometre. So
I felt that the submission didn't really talk too much about dust, which was a change from an unsealed road. I thought it was more around weather conditions and when there is a serious rain event, how that causes major damage, and which isn't being addressed. So I didn't feel there was a dust issue as such like other unsealed roads that we get. It was more around the condition of the road and it's not being maintained.
I think the condition is about perception more than anything else. So, you know, these, they're not rural people, they're lifestyle people who are expecting probably a sealed road standard, to be honest. And I think that the condition certainly meets all our requirements, and the level of service that we set, we ensure that it meets it all the time. Now, at times that gets a little bit rough, particularly after a rainfall event. That happens to all unsealed roads, but it is addressed quite quickly.
Councillor Piddington.
And this is what everyone, I guess, gets confused at. Where would that be on a priority list for us? Is it near the top, way down, in between? Because that's what people want to know, don't they? Right at the bottom, we're never going to touch it, are we?
Well, it's definitely not at the top. There are other roads that would certainly be a higher priority than Oakwood Road. Yeah.
In that statement, really, we're saying we aren't going to do anything. I mean, let's cut to the chase, Andrew. That's what frustrates people. That answer doesn't tell me anything.
So, I mean, this is not going to be for this council, but for the next council. A conversation we had on the back of the Rangatata Gorge Road, and that's getting lots of logging traffic at the moment. It's in the worst state it has been for a long time because of that activity. There's going to be decades possibly of logging up there. What is the cost benefit of increasing the level of service by sealing, all those sort of things. This conversation sort of evolved to, well, actually for the next long-term plan, do we do business cases across some of this? And potentially it is a conversation to have with the community. And at that point we can actually, you could, put a road here that's got cost benefit, it's got X amount of lifestylers versus farmers, do some economic analysis on it and really break it down so we've got some metrics that we can measure, and I think that's probably the opportunity moving forward, yeah.
Just one last question to Stacey's point, I think. If they were to come up with half of it, would that increase their chances?
Yeah, the current seal extension policy does give some weighting towards 50% contribution from ratepayers, but it's still subject to funding from council, and fortunately that funding is not in the budget.
Yeah, so then we would have to consider it as a one-off extra. But I think from the conversations I've had recently, I think it's worthy that we do the data, put the data around it and have a conversation on seal extensions for the next for the next long-term plan. Yeah. Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I think if I remember rightly, when we did the Rari Back Road, Andrew did put forward the list of
what from priority 1 to priority 10 or whatever it was. So there is a detailed list, I think, Andrew, wasn't there, of you gave us at that stage of what was priority and where they sat. So I don't know where that's sitting right now.
We do keep a record of, I guess, the roads. It's based on traffic volume, the hierarchy of the road, whether it's through road, and also number of houses on that road. So, but yeah, it hasn't been updated for a while, and that would be, I guess, be the next step is to do that update.
Yeah, I think the Mayor's suggestion where we have a transparent process saying these are the priorities, that's how you get to the priorities, makes sense, that everyone knows about, because they'll then know whether they are a chance or not.
And then we can debate prior to that, the seal extension policy, is that correct? What does that look like? Are the criteria correct? I mean, are you running, comparing a couple of dairy farms to 12 lifestylers, you know, and what is the correct way to do that analysis, you know? Yeah.
Just,
go for it.
remind me, our current, in this annual plan, the funding over and above the LTNZ, it's about 5 million, isn't it? Is it? I tried to find my notes and it's...
Unsubsidised.
Unsubsidised, sorry. It was 5 million over and above, because that's the debate that we had in this annual plan, is do we... It's 5 million. We've got additional spend of 5 million over and above our subsidy. Is that correct? Andrew?
That's, I think, the deficit that we're running is that 5 million. Yeah.
I'll reframe, sorry.
Yeah.
The 25-26 year ahead, the annual plan, our roading spend, what are we planning to spend over and above our subsidy this year?
Our unsubsidised proportion.
Yes.
Over and above, yeah, I understand. Yeah. I don't have that figure in front of me. Selena, are you able to answer that? No.
I'm with you, Councillor Scott. I think that was the number.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like the last annual plans LTPs that we've been working towards it has increased to about that, but we can get that number. Yeah.
I think that's really important to know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm right that it is about that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But that the community understands that we are going above and beyond our maintenance programs for our roading and infrastructure, because we get caned on it, but we're actually doing more than we actually have to.
Yeah, and I think that's why it is an opportunity to highlight it at an LTP and just have and probably where we are as far as cycle, we're delivering community infrastructure currently, that'll be through, and then it's, back to those, or not to say that we're not delivering core, but that would be probably the main focus. Councillor Puddington.
That number's really important because we seem to have historically spent way over what we have to. I'm just not sure it's a priority ahead of other things. I don't know, as a road, we've had people come and talk about grants. I mean, all over the place, but I mean, yeah, I think we need to know what the number is beyond that, because that's what the government and NZTA should be paying for. And we're doing it, and the local ratepayer is. Because then the flack goes to the government where it belongs, rather than to the council. And is that roading a priority over everything else? Because it's kind of snuck up on us, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it has. And sorry, through VT, I've been working with Nigel, and we've updated that Benji report that we did about 3 years ago, and it's only just come through yesterday, so I haven't read it yet, but it will speak to the fact that vehicle kilometres travelled in our region are high, we're not getting the subsidy back, so we've got that economic analysis to say actually government isn't coming forward with their share, and I think that's something we should probably be highlighting across roads and anything else, where we're getting unfunded mandates. So again, in central government's election year next year, they don't get a free ride for the deficit that they're, leaving ratepayers effectively. So while we're on the theme of roading, we've got Selena at the table. Anything more around roading? I mean, the general theme that came through was keep level of service as is. Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah,
Andrew.
just point out that the underfunding from central government is actually more about Canterbury region as well. And I think the whole region is actually underfunded, given what our GDP contribution is, the traffic and the amount of road length we have, we're definitely underfunded. So there is a working group going on at the moment to address that issue and try and present a business case to government to increase Canterbury's funding requirement for roading.
I suppose some of the Canterbury councils are taking a stand and saying we're only going to do what we're funded for, and it's whether or not this council decides to have that stance as well and sending a clear message to government that we're underfunded. Now, I'm not saying that we should, but it would have been quite good to collaborate probably across Canterbury on that stance, because it's a bit piecemeal at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we're not funded for at the moment is things like road sweeping, footpath maintenance, footpath renewals, all those nice things. We are fully funded as far as the roads are concerned, the actual traffic lanes, so potholes and that is a government priority at the moment. So we've got all the funding for that and drainage. But yeah, and the other thing is the unsealed roads and bridges, where they're saying that government, from an overall national perspective, some of the traffic volumes on those roads is very minor, therefore they feel they shouldn't be funding them. But of course those roads are essential for our rural community and the amount of freight that comes out of those. So that's what we would have to cut back on if we chose to just fund what NZTA fund us. Yeah.
So just for clarity, we're spending $5 million on those other things. That seems an extraordinary large amount of money.
Just thinking of some of the figures, but we spend $1 million on footpath renewals every year. We're probably about $800,000 in footpath maintenance. Then there's $500,000 in street sweeping. So those activities do mount up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't throw out comments without context. I mean, people are listening, and we know the media is here. That's a lot of money, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that we still need to maintain and we've had it here, an environment in a town, in a city that is, comparable to what it should be in the lifestyles and what people expect. So if that's what it takes, we should say that is, and to your point, Councillor Piddington, if that's a priority, then that should be the priority.
Look, there will be a presentation next week on the roading and the costs there. But the other point I will make is that Timaru District Council is one of the most efficient in the country when it comes to maintaining our road network, compared to our other provincial centres.
Which
I guess to me though, sorry.
No, you're right. Go, Stu.
Just in response to that though, Andrew, that's great, but are we going beyond where we should be? That's the question, because to Stacey's point, some councils are deciding not to do that. That's the level of funding we get from government. We need to have that discussion.
I think what it does point to too is, although we've had, dramatic rate increases over the last X amount of years, it's depreciation and it's roading largely that has driven the costs. And, Huranui was an example, I think, Councillor Scott, that's probably the one you're referring to. We're looking at a maybe 13% rate increase, pulled out all the extra roading and it came down to 3 or something, and it just shows you what level and so if we did the same, if you pulled 5 million, there's 6.5%, 7%, just like that. But what effect does that have? And although you've spoken, Andrew, to yes, we're being funded for increased rehab, potholes and those sort of things, but we've got reduced funding in other areas. So our net effect is still down, from what I understand.
Yes, so overall the bucket is not big enough. We are funding things above what NZTA will give us, but I think that question of reducing the level of service roading was asked in this consultation, and I believe there was overwhelming community support to continue to do that.
But I think it's definitely something we need to go into further detail on. Councillor Burt, Councillor Oliver, Councillor Shannon.
Sorry, I've just picked up another one from there, so you've answered it, but in fairness, when you look at the context for what is roading and what is footpath and everything else that we spend it on, I think the public just think roading is the roads they drive on, and as you just said, most of that is funded in the potholes and everything, which is just papering over cracks, but at least they are not sweating the asset beyond it. But so that's the thing. Do the public know that that's just footpaths and sweeping and all those other things, and that's the key to that, understanding what they're actually saying and voting for.
I can see the headline for our next long-term plan now. Let's talk roads. Eh? Fantastic, exciting stuff.
Direction are we travelling in?
Councillor Oliver, then Councillor Shannon.
I guess from my point of view, and we've had several conversations with me, Nigel, and the infrastructure team in the last couple of weeks, is how do we cope and how do we put more investment because of, our unsealed roads have taken a fair battering this year with weather conditions and all that, and we have to keep investing more and more for that because that's not going to change. I don't think that's going to change. We had 108 mils of rain last weekend. We had 40 mils the next weekend on top of that. Now shingle roads have taken absolute hammering, and that's probably not going to change in a hurry. So, the biggest problem I have with these sorts of things, and I look around and see roadworks going on, it's that public perception of efficiency of how we're fixing things. 9 people fixing a pothole the size of a kitchen table with diggers and trucks and utes and all that sort of stuff, and you think that's probably a $30,000 fix that's probably solving this area. So I guess for me it's about public perception and that, and we have to think of that as well going forward, but weather has definitely paid a big price on our shingle roads, and Andrew's come up with some great fixes and some ideas of how we combat that in the Geraldine, Peel Forest, Woodbury area where those things have, because we've had quite a bit more rain in the southern part of the district, so yeah, so what are we doing about that?
Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, with respect to Andrew, I don't know that specifically this feedback tells us what you think it tells us. The feedback told us overwhelmingly that they wanted to keep Christmas decorations. Well, it does, doesn't it? And safety, reiterated as being most important, and also the presentation of our district. Until this came out, and even now, I'm still not sure the community fully understands that this is all part of the road and footpaths budget. I don't know that it actually overwhelmingly does tell us to focus on roads, not based on this feedback alone. The feedback specific to expenditure on roads is very, very light in here. It's very light. It's about the presentation and it's about safety, and yet still I don't believe that it's clear what government funding actually subsidises. And this is where the paper in the next meeting will be very, very useful, and we need to help our people to understand this is what we all now have to pay for through our rates because government is not subsidising. We've learned a lot about that ourselves over the past while, and some of it comes through here, but not all of it does. So it's, like I say, I don't think it tells you exactly what do you think it tells you, Andrew.
That's right, you don't have to answer that one, Andrew. For me, this is quite a big discussion. So, you've got weather changes. This ties to rating review and the differentials, who pays, who benefits. Roading is a big part of that. So you've got your rural differential, your commercial differential. Is that correct? Those that have 60 tonners on the road and getting the benefit of all those sort of things. So it all sort of ties up, and there has to be a fair bit of data and analysis done across that. So, I'm not telling you what decision to make for this annual plan, but it is quite a big piece of work, I think, to dig deeper into that, but probably a real priority. But it does walk alongside that rating review, which is ultimately how we fund anything for the district. Did anyone not talk on roads or anything further on roads while we're, no, otherwise we can, do you want to walk us through the different themes? What was the different approach? There was a few that I think the likes of the trade waste, if we're comfortable having that paper come sort of next week and we can delve into the detail. Do you want some guidance on that? Yep. Yep. So some guidance on where we want to take that. So currently what's been discussed with the users is 7.8%. And I think the point well made of 0% doesn't help our situation, Councillor Piddington, at all. But is there some guidance that anyone would like to help for the team for the paper next week, Councillor Piddington?
I guess my question at that percentage is that the right percentage, or is that going to leave a shortfall according to what the numbers we've got for next year? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that moves the, I think it was $1 million of funding back to the residential, so it's moving from one to another, so the net effect is the same, so we don't have a shortfall, is that correct?
Yeah, the net effect of that $1 million moving back to the residential will be an increase in the targeted wastewater charge, but that will probably be counteracted by a drop in the UAGC. So the rate, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrea, but the rates will still remain the same, in the overall percentage.
Yeah, so we're still aiming for a 9% overall average. So by decreasing the trade waste charges, essentially for that activity, the targeted rate will need to increase, but then that will be offset in other areas to keep it at a 9% rate.
I wish I could conjure up $1 million like that. I can't believe, we're taking $1 million off whatever rate it is, and then we just go, well, that'll just be mixed in, because that means someone else is paying $1 million that must affect their rates. There's no free money.
So, but I think that can be picked up and talked to in the paper, that point.
I would like some guidance as to whether or not, because the steps from here, by the time we get to Tuesday, is quite late if we're having to remodel the annual plan to bring it to you on the 24th. So, like some sort of guidance as to whether or not decreasing the trade waste fees and charges, whether or not that's what you would like to do. Therefore, we either do that or we decrease our revenue by $1 million and essentially increase the deficit. So there is a couple of options.
Yeah, I don't think increasing the deficit is an option. Give me some nods to say I'm correct on that, or shakes. Let's go shakes for that one. No, it's everyone's doesn't want to. No, is that right? I just want consensus. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's not an option. So some further direction, team. Councillor Burt.
I guess to be fair to the team, sorry.
Councillor Burt, and then we'll come back to Councillor Piddington.
So the question asked this by the presenter this morning was, how do we justify it based on the fact that is it just a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that a significant company folds and therefore they've got to carry the weight of that. And then we didn't help ourselves, obviously, with the original paper and what have you here. At the end of the day, what they produce, how they impact our economy, how they impact, the need for employment and all those sorts of things is a big must. But at the end of the day, trade waste is quite a big issue in how it should be treated and everything. And the question I asked was, are they actually going to be putting significant money into, doing the treatment on site and everything? And this could be the leg up or the benchmark for them to actually start investing more. And I think, this is something we have to stick to in terms of this.
What's that? Yeah, it is an interesting conversation, isn't it? Because obviously DB did that work, a few years ago around their on-site treatment to bring them up with Heineken international standards for tertiary treatment, I think. But it would be good to know. You would imagine it's significant investment for them to do own treatment, but it's just that balance, so we're all on the...
I think it's an important point to note that about 90% of our costs are actually fixed, relating to interest, depreciation, that we actually don't treat the industrial waste. It basically goes to the plant and it is put through Millie's Green and then out to sea. So we're doing on-site treatment benefits us from a consent perspective, that we maintain our discharge parameters, but it doesn't reduce our costs. Most of our costs are still present, and
They're in interest, depreciation, etc.
Yeah, those fixed costs, yeah.
I think that's what we need to see in the paper. So just spelling out that, and also what the current trade waste revenue is, and what it will increase to. And so I think that's what the paper just needs to tell us, all of that, and then otherwise
Look, and to
your
give
model
you,
will change.
I think that approach that they've currently got is probably not a bad meet in the middle. We discussed some other conversations around rating the likes of, or looking at those other users such as, restaurants and other ones that might be putting fat into the system. So that's a bit of work in future that could pick some of those costs up. Also, we're dealing with a 6-month period, so we need an interim solution, and then we have committed to a conversation with these guys so we can get this right into the future. So we need to help you get a number for, so I'm of the view, and yes, they want 0, but we've got 7.8 currently. I know some of them budget on around a 5% increase, so that was the challenge when they were hit with 40% versus 5%. So it's 2.8 over that budget. But the reality is some of these guys, they're setting their prices and having those conversations back in January and February, and so that's why we do need to get it right on this side of Christmas moving forward. But I think we're probably, for me, as far as a paper, about right at this stage, but we're going to have further questions around all the detail, what makes up those numbers. So as long as that can be accurately explained is key. Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, at the end of the day, where we're at now, though, the number is right now, isn't it? The total number, and it's really a discussion about at what level is the ratepayer going to subsidise business out there that's providing so much employment and economic development and growth and what have you, and to the whole community. So the number is correct as to how much it costs. So the question is the 7.8 what we should be running with, and of that, on top of that, the $1 million has been subsidised by the ratepayer? That's the question, isn't it? And that's the direction you want, isn't it? Are we comfortable with that? And given the level of employment and industry that is out there, until somebody replaces Smithfield, and our community showed and displayed to the whole country how important Smithfield was to us, and if they were given the option to say, we could have, as a community, subsidised things by $1 million to keep them here, would you have done that? They'd have all said yes. So I believe the 7.8 and the 1 million, I think that is the right number, and we'll have the workshop. But at this stage, we should be saying, yes, we're going to go ahead with that next financial year. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and what they're also asking, though, is they want it justified where the costs lay. Yeah, totally. How do we come up with those numbers? But equally so, we've got to be able to provide that for the residential ratepayers who are going to wear the burden of that as well. So, yeah, and that's the discussion on what is fair. So as far as guidance for next week, are we comfortable with those numbers? Just a general sort of direction, or comfortable, not comfortable?
So we did some draft scenarios. Essentially the current sewer charge that we modelled originally was $356.27. Last year's sewer charge was $356.12. So not a lot of, essentially no increase from a sewer charge as status quo. If we said, well, okay, now the targeted rate associated with that sewer was $1 million extra, the charge would go up $60. But because we've got a bucket, we're not adding $1 million onto that, so the UAGC essentially went down by $60. So the impact on the ratepayer from an overall perspective hasn't changed. It's just how it's paid for.
Do we have I still quite get where the $1 million actually comes from. Do we have a wee tree out the back?
Obviously it's an activity standalone, and so that activity essentially breaks even. So you take your costs, take off what you receive from fees and charges, and then technically the balance is rate funded. And in this case, it's a targeted rate. So it's then divided by the number of connections, or is that how it is? Connections? Is that right? Users? Yeah. So essentially, the targeted rates in that activity increases. But from an overall council perspective, we don't go from $85 million up to $86 million.
Yeah, I get that, but how many ratepayers do we have, Stephen? 22,000?
22 and a half.
How many? 22 and a half, sorry. 22 and a half, but I mean, that's $1 million by 22 and a half is about $40 on every other ratepayer. That's my point. Because you can't just,
But then it also decreases the UAGC, so the overall charge from a UAGC perspective.
I'm sorry, I'm lost because...
It's just how it gets spread out over all of council. Still be 9% on average. We don't get a...
Yeah, I get that, but we have moved $1 million from the trade waste people to every ratepayer, correct?
Yes.
Therefore, their rates will go up.
But their other rates will decrease because the bucket is still 9% average.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with Stu. It's like you've got to enter the number on both sides, and so you've got 3 times, and it feels like we're missing another entry. Yeah, no, I get that.
Shifting the chairs on the deck.
Yeah, but if you're taking it from the uniform charge, taking $1 million and putting it to targeted of $1 million, that evens that out, yeah? But then you're taking $1 million from your commercial users, and where does that go?
Getting spread out over the other activities. Essentially, the corporate activity is the sort of bucket that lends and borrows money. So it just gets spread out over everybody.
The paper's going to be good.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that.
Let's go back to that tree.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Harry Potter. I'm just going to wave a wand and...
That, or we don't spread it over, don't reduce the UAGC, and therefore we're going to be $1 million deficit.
Yeah.
Extra.
That's all right.
Deficit.
Well, we'll ask some questions offline on how we get this. Yeah, that's all right. I'm not, yeah. Is it just me and Stu that are confused? No, that's all right. Okay, perfect. Right. Okay, let's move forward. Some other common themes. Do you want to work through them, Steph? Yep.
Yeah, I think what we'll do now is we'll put roading to the side for a minute and come back to that at the end. So we'll get through mainly the content of all the submission themes, and then we'll come back to some actual decisions and get into the whiteboard later. So we might move on to the funding question, which there was definitely a very strong theme of supporting the fund staying. There were some submissions with counter views to that, but really keen to hear your thoughts and get some direction on if you do want to proceed with reducing any funding, what funds do you want to reduce by how much, and then we can look at the financial impact, or if you want to keep them as status quo and continue. I will note also that by keeping all the funds but reducing the size of the funds will not reduce the operating costs associated with the distribution of those funds. All that will change is the resolution at the end of each meeting to say, this is how much we are giving out. The workload and resource attached to that activity will need to remain the same.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. So questions on community funding. With SNA funding thing came came across quite thoroughly. That attached to the DP as well. Age Concern, Hospice, CBD Group, Forest and Bird. There was a heap of submissions just that presented. One fund that wasn't talked about was the cycle fund, because it's probably less known, which is 100k only gets rated if we when we use it effectively. I do know that there's a couple of projects that have been talked about, one being at Geraldine, and also actually the pump track got raised for Winchester School potentially that may be able to apply to that funding. So there are ones out there that would be considered effectively for that funding if we were to consider that. But what's the general theme? Councillor Piddington and then Councillor Oliver.
Sorry, can you just clarify what's there? Because I thought we'd reduced the major events funding in this.
No, so this is a consultation to get the feedback on, so we haven't actually made a decision on any of those. So we came up with the second choice was reduced by 130k, which was a number that I'd sort of put together, reduced by XX across a number of different funds. And so that was what we consulted on. Stay the same, reduce 130 or take away altogether.
So if we keep it the same, is that the amount we've got in our long term going forward? Okay.
Comments on community funding while you've got the opportunity? Sorry, Councillor Piddington and then Councillor Oliver, it was. Apologies.
Look, I'm a wee bit with Alan Booth. We borrow the money to give it away. Great that the communities all come, and I get that we're essential to them, but I think if we're cutting our cloth, there needs to be a reduction. I'm not saying take it all away, but I think there needs to be a reduction of some sort.
Yes, and just for clarity, it's rated money versus loan, yeah. Yeah, but I think slip of the tongue. Councillor Oliver.
Just a couple of things. I'd like to keep the cycle funding at 100k because I think cycling is important. I think there's been some great projects done in the past, and Cave, obviously the present point to Cave got some of that funding, and they're great assets to the town as far as getting people here and getting them doing things and getting out. So I'd like to keep that at 100k, and I think we probably slashed the event budget a wee bit hard because I think we were talking 150k from the 225,
yeah.
were we? But I think it should be probably more kept at the 220 mark. So I think 200 is probably a good level of events funding.
We talked about it, but we didn't actually come up with a number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think reducing it, I think it's at 225, is it? 230?
245.
245. Yeah, I'd like to think 200 would be a good amount. And I'm happy to keep it at the 245.
Councillor Burt.
Again, just because people are listening and hopefully some of it is going to be reported, but the major event funding is not a lolly scramble, as Councillor Booth has mentioned in the past, and it's just us borrowing money and giving it away. There are social implications and economical implications around it, and every one of those things, if they don't meet a criteria based on the multiplier for what we're doing, we're investing in our community and the economy of our community and the social action of our community by that fund. It's not just a lolly scramble, it's not given away. Each of them has to show that there's a multiplier in terms of each dollar that's invested, and it's an investment in our community in so many different ways, and how that comes back in. So we need people to know and understand that.
Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, look, I think that the reduction that we're talking about has just a minimal effect on rates. And there was one of the comments that came through in these submissions, which was that these, cutting these sort of services puts pressure on our well-being. So, yeah, I'm all for leaving it where it is. I think that that works well for our community, and I think that's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, Councillor Shannon?
Yeah, likewise. It was a very emotive question, wasn't it? And very emotive answers. And like Councillor Jackson says, no reduction is going to have any enormous bearing on what rates are. But I do think what it highlights, and there was a particularly good submission, I thought, from Catherine Neal about having a good look at how we allocate our grants and make sure that what we are doing is applying to not-for-profits and all that sort of thing. I think it's timely to have a look at it and making sure there's no duplication of opportunities that might be existing elsewhere, and just doing it more, seeing that we're doing it as efficiently as we possibly can, because it is ratepayer funds. But otherwise, I'm in favour of keeping it the way that it is.
Councillor.
I think also too is we discussed, or one of our conversations is where should it sit? Should it all be within council?
Yes. Yeah.
Or, yeah. So I think, I don't know if that's not right now, but that's a question that the community are asking too. And yeah, I am supportive too of keeping it as is, but I do think we need to look at how, for that duplication, I'm pretty sure we don't. And I know Naomi is excellent at doing that job. So, yeah, I think that's the bigger question as well.
Yeah, I think we can pick that up with a review across that stuff, yeah. 17A effectively. So, who else missed out there? Okay, so that's a general nod for stay the same with a one sort of talking to some reduction. Yep, so that gives you guidance for now. What's next?
So just confirming, at the moment the direction is to keep the funds as is with no reduction across any of them. Perfect. Sorry, I'll just get back to the right tab on my laptop, which is having a meltdown. Cool, so moving on to a much broader question, which was, should we reduce services across council facilities such as pools, libraries and customer services? There was a very strong favour to keep public-facing facilities and services available to the community. Yeah, that was kind of the main gist of those.
So, look, I don't disagree, but I think Councillor Piddington, you picked up on the point with Ethan around, hey, if you've got an hour of time and you've got two people coming in, and I know that the officers overseeing those facilities are doing some work, so I think that's, maybe it's, status quo at the moment, but I'd like to see the recommendations from those officers across pools, libraries, etc., come back through, because look, we're, in my own business, we're reviewing ours at the moment. It's like, well, if there's no one coming through your door and you've got two staff sitting there doing nothing, it doesn't make a lot of sense to be open. So, let's be open to having a look at those costs. Yeah, comfortable with that? Yeah, so that, so effectively no change for now, but we're expecting that the officers will come through into the new financial, and those changes can be tweaked at any time realistically.
Okay,
Yeah.
so at the moment, a lot of the customer-facing facilities like Seabay, Steck, district pools, libraries, they all track visitor numbers, but they don't necessarily track the time of day that those numbers are coming through. Is that something that you want looked at?
Yeah,
so you can maybe over the next 6 months or so?
Yep, for sure. We definitely need those numbers by hour.
Okay.
Yep. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, look, I think it's really important. Haven't the library got some flash system that does everything? Surely a stroke of a key will tell us what time they come and go, because that is important. I'm not suggesting we closed anything, but if they're not being used on a particular time regularly, why would we have them open?
So that's definitely something they could look at. And the Timaru Library is very well resourced with their tech. Some of the district pools and things for next season, that might be a wee bit more difficult, but...
We can do a simple tick spreadsheet, 8 to 9, 1, 2...
We can come up with something, Councillor Piddington. So has anyone got any other questions about council services?
I had a bit of a chat with our library ladies the other day, actually, because I was in there for a time, and I think it's just a conversation we have to have with those managers and how they're going to manage it. I mean, one of the issues in Geraldine's just staffing and a few other things on Saturdays and stuff like that, and they can't provide the whole service on a Saturday, so how do we get that sorted and a few other bits and pieces? So there are some issues down there that we need to just talk to our managers about, so I don't think that's a decision that council can make at this stage until we get some of that information.
Yeah. And the pool stuff, Mike's doing a report on numbers and stuff, and so we'll be able to consider those options into the new financial as well. Yeah.
Say that you cannot change the 5:30 a.m. at Sea Bay. Did anyone see my post? My ladies are going to protest outside, and I was like, oh, okay, 5:30, we'll keep it at that time.
Can we just continue to threaten to do it just so we can see the protest?
It just shows you by putting, even a small comment around, we're about to talk to it soon, Christmas decorations, it drives submissions. So it's actually, it's quite good. We just need those key words each time, don't we? Alrighty.
And I think it's key to note the short window that this plan actually covers, so you can just kick the can for a year, so you can actually look at the operational details sitting under everything. It's just providing that envelope that keeps things as they are at the moment. Doesn't stop us from innovating during that year in any way.
Totally. Yeah, good point. Thank you.
Cool. So question 4, there was, that was about, are there any options you think council should not consider at all? There was a very strong theme about Christmas decorations on Stafford Street again, which is great. We have a very engaged community on our Christmas decorations, which is cool. Yeah, there was still quite a strong view amongst a lot of submitters about not restricting access to facilities and customer-facing services. And yeah, a very specific one asking not to put Arangi Park upgrade on hold. But yeah, keen to hear any thoughts on any services that you definitely don't want considered to be reduced.
Let's tackle Christmas. That's an easy one. But a question to Andrew, because part of the problem is actually currently we don't have someone to put the lights up. Is that correct? Could you speak to that?
Yeah, our regular supplier who puts up the decorations, being Netcon, have indicated that they're not prepared to do that for this coming financial year or coming year come Christmas due to safety concerns more than anything else. They are quite nervous about walking over the top of private verandas, so to speak, to connect them up. But that's not to say that we can find an alternative supplier, and that is definitely an option.
Councillor Jackson and Councillor Burt.
Does another supplier mean obviously increased costs? And do we have any idea of what those increased costs might be?
It doesn't necessarily mean increased costs by any means, and no, I have no idea at this stage because we haven't actually called for any pricing.
Sorry, Councillor Burt and then Councillor Piddington.
So Netcon is Alpine, it's no longer Netcon, and we're talking about social currency here, being a good corporate citizen. Potentially has that question been put to them because they see themselves or place themselves as being in that space, because there are methodologies that surely are available, which will require a bit more traffic management, unfortunately, to not have to access the verandas. So, I mean, I could come up with a few myself, it may be wrong, but I know that I can. So has that been done? Because I know when it came up, I don't know why, that was the biggest thing I was hammered about, and sprayed several times by different people and about the lights, basically because of the history and everything that goes with it. But in terms of putting them up and having the people to do it, has that question been asked, and can we have them? Because I've had a few people say to me exactly what you said before, Nigel, that they're willing to put their hand in their pocket or give time and energy to making sure that it is maintained.
I think this is also the opportunity. I feel like you volunteered yourself to be the portfolio holder of Christmas lights. I'm not sure if that came through. It came through strongly for me.
It's one of the many things, but yes.
No, but it was. I did have some good emails, from community, and if we're wanting to restore the lights over time, could there be community funding? And I think actually people will really pick up on that. Also, Jocelyn Slee rang me up and gave me the history of the lights going back to 1975. That was rather interesting. I can share that with you later over a cup of tea if you like. Ultimately we put this conversation up, one, to challenge the community to say, hey, this is costly. And it's, some would say it's core business. Technically, I'd say the Prime Minister would say it's not. But it comes at a cost. It adds a lot to community. How do we do things more efficiently? We may be able to get through offering some other contractors. But these lights do need upgrading too, don't they? So that's the one that's hiding beneath the surface a little bit.
That's one of the key issues, is they are getting towards the end of their useful life. In 1975, I think is accurate, and so it's 50 years now. They are getting old, so don't worry, I'm older. But they will need replacement, and that's something that the council probably needs to think about. But it's more of a long-term plan issue than an annual plan issue at this stage. But they will be okay to put up for one more year, definitely, probably two. But we do need to think about that. In this case of should the council be funding that, or is there an opportunity for some external funding? An example there is the Christmas Star, which was put down at Caroline Bay. That was privately funded.
Can you give us context in terms of they're past the useful life? So there is no way of maintaining or repairing them to where they are fit for purpose? Because most old things are. Sometimes I have to do things to make myself fit for purpose.
We have been repairing them quite extensively. So, there are new wings put on, new lighting. It's really getting to the point where the cables themselves are starting to get beyond the use-by date, the electrical as well as the actual cables holding them up. And you're talking about a complete rebuild.
Okay, so we need someone to do that. We probably need to pick that up because the community is interested somehow. Councillor Piddington, then Councillor Jackson.
So just for clarity on this, Andrew, because this will be the main thing everyone talks about, are the actual shells passed beyond their life, the angels themselves you're talking about, or the insides and what holds them up?
What's getting towards the end of its useful life is the cables that actually hold them up, and the electrical systems that are there to power them. So that's the bit that is. We have been replacing the fiberglass angels as such, and we do have spare parts for that when they break, and they've progressively been done. But again, they're deteriorating too. So the frequency of the wings getting damaged, particularly in nor'wester wind, is increasing as they get older and get more brittle. But they are just fiberglass at the end of the day.
So we need a business case, don't we, to understand the numbers at some point. When I say at some point, Christmas is coming. We're confident that we'll get up for this Christmas, but it's something we probably need to move forward on in the next sort of 6 months-ish. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, just in the interest of cost savings, though, we also need to think, do they need to go all the way to North Street?
Yeah.
Can it be every second one? I don't know, but we need to also get real about things like that too, because dare I have Stu Jackson come back, but there's not much retail on the flat end down by North Street. So do the lights just go to George Street?
The lights might keep them up. So if we go to
probably likes the angel.
That option is definitely in the mix and being considered. We have presented to council previously about putting up every second angel, and we've given you some photographs of what that would look like. So,
that was my question as well. Was we did discuss that about sort of thinning them out. But what about moving forward? I mean, surely there must be some factories hopefully in New Zealand, but maybe further afield, that could make knock-off copies of them that might be a little bit more practical without some of the electrical issues that these ones have, etc. Because obviously the cost of repairing them is huge. So are there not other options that we could bring in?
I think the challenge is we don't know the cost, but I mean, there's five glasses locally that can do and there's contractors locally, so it's just to understand the cost, I think. Let's move forward on that.
Okay.
Yeah. And there again, so this is about having a budget line, isn't it, ultimately?
That's correct, yeah.
But yet to be determined what the pricing is. Yeah, because we need to put that to market.
The budget line exists at the moment and we aim to keep within that budget line. If it does mean reducing how many we put up, that may be the case. So just really giving that signal to you all that, but we will still get most of the angels up.
What is the budget line?
What was the budget line was the question? Is it 100, 150?
How much?
200.
About 120? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I used to know these figures off by heart, but not now.
It's all right. Anything else on the angels?
They're not fallen angels.
I think it'd just be helpful if, when they get them out this year, that we get a pretty good expectation of, because there's been a lot of hearsay, they need this and they need that, get a good repairs and maintenance schedule of what would need to be done and what the cost would be, so we can actually take it to our ratepayers and say, well, we're happy to have the lights, 5 of them we're not putting up, don't put them up this year, and then we can say, well, to fix those ones alone will be 60k. Give them some numbers and give them some options so they can hear us out on the spot.
Yeah, look, we'll do the business case, because if there's a 100k cost to get them up to spec, I'm pretty confident we could raise a fair bit of that. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty, take us forward.
So, now moving on to the revenue and financing policy. I was going to vacate, but Selena has, and we'll get Brendan up here to answer any questions you have on the proposed changes.
Good afternoon again. I suggest doing this in 2 parts, if I may. The first is just on the submissions received in relation to the 2 proposed changes, and then the second part specifically on the Rooney Group submission around the wider policy. And I believe Elliot's going to assist us with that second part. In terms of the first part, so we received 36 individuals who made some sort of comment on that, on the changes. Some were not specifically relating to the 2 proposed changes. So, for example, these were things such as, look at your organisational structure, your middle management, etc. Useful comments for the wider policy, but not relating to the 2 proposed changes, and we weren't consulting on those, and therefore we don't have the ability to make those sorts of wider changes. Of the ones that were on topic, there was, I perceive, general support for that. There were a couple of salient points. One submitter opposed the changes on the basis that they felt that there would be an opportunity to redirect funds. So, for example, if an asset was to be sold in one particular area and the proposal went through, which was that council could reallocate the proceeds of that asset sale to another activity that it felt was a greater priority, they felt that there wouldn't be sufficient transparency around that. Our officer comment in response to that was that any reallocation is a decision of council itself, and that would have to be assessed against council's significance and engagement policy, like any decisions that council makes. As an officer, I feel comfortable with that response. Ultimately, it's your judgment as to whether or not the mitigation in place is sufficient to allay the concerns of that individual. Bear with me a moment. Another salient submission related to how Council has been the beneficiary of historical assets due to the 1980s amalgamation, and simply noting that they felt that those assets which were received by the amalgamated council with a geographical focus, quote, should continue to bear that local focus and not be reallocated to other population centres within the district. That could be something you work into the policy, or alternatively look at that on a case-by-case basis through the assessment of significance. Only one submitter referred to the proposed threshold of $80,000 for one of the clauses, and in that case supported it. It's relatively low-key, frankly, not necessarily much to be excited about or write home about, I'm very happy to say, although policy remains the most exciting thing ever. Are there any questions?
Questions? That's right. So the main one, just going back to the Rooney Group submission, we'll pick that up next week in regard to the paper that will come to council. So the team will do some work on that and come back with some recommendations. Councillor Puddington.
Just on the Rooney Group submission, what impact will it have if we change the percentage rises we've put in on rates? If we're doing something we shouldn't be doing and can't increase the rates by what we've predicted, what is the financial impact going to be? Another $1 million just spread magically across?
Yes, that's what we'll need to work out, hence why Mayor Bowen is suggesting a paper gets brought to the council meeting next week to evidence the fees and charges, check that we are aligning with policy, and then you can make an informed decision next Tuesday at the council meeting.
And it'll be, I guess my question is, if we haven't done it the way we should, why didn't we? And we need to be clear about that.
Yeah, agreed. Thanks.
In regard to the infrastructure fees and charges that the Rooney Group were focusing on, a lot of the large increases are for activities that they shouldn't be doing. So it's where they're non-compliant effectively. So they do have, I guess, a bit of a penalty factor in it, and the fact that it does take more staff time to address these, to identify them and to rectify them. So yeah, as far as the income is concerned, we haven't actually banked on a lot of that income coming in, so it shouldn't have too much of an effect.
Whilst I can't speak to the substance of the Rooney Group submission, I just simply want to note for today that Audit New Zealand look at the revenue and financing policy every 3 years as part of their audit of the LTP.
I'm not saying we have or haven't, but I'd like just a clear explanation when it comes, how we got there.
Yeah, agreed. Cool. Next.
I just wondered too.
Oh, thank you, sorry.
Jason did a really good presentation to us on the increases and the justification for them. So I wonder if we just get that put back in the hub for us as well to review before next week.
I mean, I think from the long-term plan process, you came back to saying that we should be recovering more of the cost and moving to more of a user pays model. So while those departments are still running at a deficit and are being subsidised by ratepayers in general, I think all those rises are defensible under that point.
See, that's the key point of all this, is in the past, have we actually been doing that? And now, exactly. And I was aware of it based on other regional councils and how they do that and everything. But it is, to Councillor Piddington's point, is that we do need the undercarriage for that. That says that you can do this to this level and why, and your fees and charges, and they just need to align. So, but there was nothing unlawful for what we're doing in relation to the regulations and everything for us doing that. It's just, have we just made sure that those two line up? And unlawful is a word that gets thrown around in contracting all the time when all of a sudden an impediment shows up for them around potentially adding costs.
Cool, so also I'll just note as well my admin error on the fees and charges, the draft fees and charges, the current year fees and charges for the huts leases were incorrect. They were actually the same as next year, when in actual fact they were a little bit lower this year. And what is in the 25-26 column is correct for those fees and charges. On the topic of fees and charges, was there any other fees and charges that anyone wanted to discuss prior to firming them up for the 24th of June? I appreciate there is a large number of pages in that document, so really just checking if anyone had anything that stood out to them that they wanted to get clarification on.
I think we've been through them previously, unless there was any changes that anyone wanted to talk to, but is everyone comfortable with that?
I'm going into other. Cool, so we'll move on to the very broad any other comments or feedback section, which we know is always the biggest and generally includes some comments about the theatre. Ultimately, the biggest theme was we understand that you need to reduce costs somewhere if we want to have a lower rates increase. That was quite a big theme. Obviously, the Christmas lights were another big theme in this area, but we have dealt with those. There were some specific questions which I think we can get to when we go through the specific items from the hearings this morning, but is there anything in the other feedback section that councillors want clarification on that you don't think was addressed?
Just on the, we haven't addressed it yet, the traffic management side of things. Do you want to discuss that now, or do you want to do that later? That comes through heavily-ish.
That's probably a question for Andrew, I think.
I mean, there again, it talks to that funding that we allocate for it. I think the approach is obviously changing to risk-based. It's not going to work for all of them. The likes of the RSA, one from Geraldine came through, but, that's a full road closure. Whether you can, get a cheaper outcome, maybe, but to remove those associated costs with a community event altogether might be a hard one. So again, I think it's around allowing that budget line, but being quite prudent, since Ellen's not here, with that money. That's sort of my thinking of an approach, but happy to be challenged on that.
And one of the questions is, do you want to keep the fund the same and maybe offer a wider range of events, the opportunity to take smaller amounts out of each time through a more risk-based approach, or whether you want to reduce? I mean, say if you're moving out of the school, doing the school balls, would other events be able to access it then, or would you lower the lid with that?
Councillor Puddington, will go to you first.
Look, I think we should reduce it, but leave some things in, obviously for Anzac Day and parades, but school balls, user pays, some of the events where a professional event manager's doing it, build it into your ticket price. But community events, absolutely look at them. But you get in the dark ones that markets are good for the CBD, but that should come out of their bid rather than out of the council funding, I think, for traffic management, if it enhances those things. Because again, we've got to actually save some money somewhere. And if we keep everything the same and just widen the scope, I'm not sure.
It's obvious that our traffic management overheads are going to reduce anyway from the risk-based view, and the pressure that Councillor Shannon has put on all parts of New Zealand's traffic management system. It's heard everywhere. It stands to reason. And the other one the other night, where you talked about the ball at, the Landishes or Spades and what have you, showed that it can be done. There's a fine line in certain aspects of how you do that and meet the regulations or the statute of the health and safety work legislation, or that sort of thing, but it's going to reduce anyway, so we just need some sort of quantum for that, what that looks like. So it has to reduce, and or the intrinsic ones that are part of our community, you know, what we have to do for the RSAs and things like that, but the rest of them, user pay, and overall we should be seeing a reduction anyway.
Yeah, for some reason I feel like we've actually already addressed this, that we were just going to support all Anzac Day parades, Christmas parades and what have you, and everything else introduced that user pays model for the likes of the school balls and the likes. And I know having 3 teenagers, they deserve to pay for it with the amount of cost they put on their parents for the hair and the makeup and everything else. But yeah, I thought we'd already addressed this. Only one son, 2 daughters.
Councillor Shannon, I think we had a general discussion in infrastructure when it came up in the paper. So it was more of a general discussion at that time, but nothing was actually formally put into a motion.
Yeah. So I think budget's 100K, isn't it? Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So, I mean, you could reduce it by a number, just challenge you when we pick a number without knowing what it might refer to. You know, if you pick an 80 or a 75 or whatever, yeah.
So we can take that away for our calculations into the draft annual plan and then come back with a suggestion that meets the needs of the types of events you want to fund.
Yep. And just, yeah, that's good approach.
I'd just like to point out, you know, that each one of these is actually approved by council on a case-by-case basis anyway. Yeah. So when we put the reports up, we do ask, do you want to fund this event or not? And I think, yeah, and yeah, as I referred to Councillor Parker there about the Mountain View High School ball, you chose not to fund that event as such, and we got away with using a different approach, which was still very successful.
Yeah, Councillor Scott.
Well, I'm just going to shift us off.
Perfect.
Traffic management, if that's okay, Councillor Shannon. I've got 2 questions. One is around the fireworks. That came up quite a lot. The fireworks at New Year's, do we fund that or is that Caroline Bay Association? That's question 1.
It's the association via sponsorship. So no one actually pays for it. It's got a corporate sponsor whose name escapes me right now, but the council doesn't.
I thought that too, but I was just double checking. And could we just, and Mr Dixon, talk about Stu Jackson's comments today around tiles? And I've heard several times from him that there's a pile of tiles in this town and we are not putting them in because we will not budget that. So can you just clarify that for me, please?
There is some tiles that we have pre-purchased which will be used for the Strathallan Corner upgrade. That's what they're for.
So just for Mr Jackson, once the Strathallan Corner has been upgraded, there isn't another pile anywhere?
No, they will be using those tiles.
Cool. And sorry, to Mr Jackson's point, that yellow bin thing's come up a few times on Keynes Terrace. I thought we'd sorted that. Why hasn't that been sorted?
I actually thought we'd sorted it until I walked past the other day on the waste somewhere. So, yeah, I can pop next door to the waste team or Andrew can have a check.
I noted it.
Yeah. Because I felt like we did this 6 months ago and I thought we'd had a solution, but it's just that there's space for them to put their bins away. They're just not putting them away. Yeah.
Just staying with the tiles, Your Worship, what about the slippery tiles? Because I thought we'd dealt with all that and I thought we had a plan for dealing with all the slippery tiles, but obviously there's still an issue around the old bank, is there?
Well, the old bank, it depends where you have slipped because the old bank is actually the new tile. But round the corner from the old bank might be an old tile, but it's a balance of asphalt and tile. So, look, I remember when I first came in as a councillor, I think we, at the time, had an estimate of $3.5 million to replace all the tiles, and we've progressively replaced some of the tiles, we've put the non-slip. So maybe if it's a priority of the CBD, then that may be something that the CBD group can come back and, I challenge them today on what are your priorities. If it's replace the tiles, that's fine. They need to, potentially drive that. We can pick up that conversation with them if that's, I doubt it will be their number one priority with all the work that we've done. And we are progressively, when we lift them, I think we're replacing them redoing those areas over time. But, you know, 3.5 million 6 years ago would now be 5 million, and then that's probably without Temuka and Geraldine, I would expect. Yeah.
Ms Dixon, did we look at the risk areas, those ones that weren't covered and were affected by rain, and they were the ones we were going to look at, and then overall, did we not come up with a methodology for treating them to increase the coefficient, yeah.
Slip resistance.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. We've been focusing on replacing the tiles in the higher walking areas around there and then we did do that non-slip treatment, but that had a limited life. So we're about halfway through that. So I think we just need to continue on replacing them where we can in most efficient way. So where it's been dug up, we'll generally replace with new tiles. But there is an affordability issue, as the Mayor is quite correct in the numbers.
I think Mayor Nigel, you're right, if CBD Group consider this a priority, because when I had the privilege of being in Temuka for Anzac Day, a lot of people pointed out to me the tiles that have been changed out there and how it goes tiles and asphalt, and it looked good, I thought. Are people happy about that? Because that's a new sort of... Oh.
They're not the new tiles, they're the old tiles. Right.
From a purely anecdotal point of view, from the person that looks after Facebook, I would say that complaints about tiles are pretty low these days. I don't think it's far up the priority for Timaru, which after it received the non-stick treatment, or non-slip treatment I should say, non-stick's the opposite, I'd say it's probably fallen off the radar a bit. But after saying this, we'll probably get lots of complaints in now. So,
yeah, Councillor Oliver.
Just one quick question, Nigel. I've talked to you about this. The poo bags. Whose budget are they in, and where are they sitting? Because we still don't have new ones. Are we going to keep funding the poo bags? Yeah, well, not my own. I'm hardly picking up my own. Is there still going to be a budget for that, and where is it sitting? Because they're still empty, the poo bag dispensers are still empty.
That's interesting. And I had an email, I had an email around poo bags on Sunday, copied to the Minister Meagher's office as well. So it is high on everyone's Friday list. That was in regard to the dog park, but we're replacing the rubbish bin and fixing the dispenser, so that is going back there. But I was of the belief that, because I dealt with this a month ago, Mr. Cooper, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. The poo bags. Is it? Okay, I'll try that. Testing. All good. The poo bag is quite the issue. What's been happening is we've got a portion of the community stealing bags. We put 1,000 bag roll in these dispensers, and somebody will come along and just hoover it up at the expense of the rest of the community. So the fixing of all those dispensers and making them secure is that's where we are at the moment. We're trying to take away the metal containers, get them welded up or whatever we need to do so we can padlock them and then get them back so that we can hold on to the poo bags that we do pay for, because at the moment they're going to very few people in the community, which is part of the problem. So I would suggest if people see that behaviour in the community, they call it out and let us know, because it is theft. But yeah, it's less than 10 grand a year. I think we can find it in our budget, so we'll be okay.
So they're taking the entire large roll. It's a hard one to put in your wee doggy dispenser attached to your leg, isn't it? You need a big dog to carry that around. Councillor Jackson.
Why are we paying for poo bags? Seriously, is that not a personal responsibility, apart from the big dog and the owner that dropped one outside my house the other day and obviously did not have a poo bag? But generally, shouldn't we be providing that sort of stuff ourselves as responsible dog owners? Surely.
Yeah, it is a dog owner's responsibility. And the theory, I think, from us in providing it at those high-risk areas, dog parks, or the high-use areas, dog parks, Caroline Bay, etc., is that people do forget. And, there's a bag for convenience. Because we want to, if you look at the positivities of having a dog, is that you're, active and you're walking, and it's good for, active ageing and all those sorts of things. So it's not the end of the world, but if someone's stealing 1,000 bags, that's less than helpful. So, I think that's the right approach. Bit of a meet in the middle. You still provide them at the key places, and we have to lock them up. It's tough when your community, you've got to lock up the dog bags, isn't it? But that's right. Maybe there's a second-hand dog bag market. I don't know. Anyway.
Chance of putting a dispenser outside my house?
So you can pick them up. I've got some in my car. I can give you a roll. Yeah, probably got some in one of my pockets, actually.
You've got that big roll.
Yeah.
I've got
that big roll in your...
I do believe we've got slightly off track. It's been a fascinating discussion. Councillor Piddington, bring us back on track if you don't mind.
Moving away from that, totally. Mr. Jackson again, where are we with the Piazza lift? And on fees, where are we at with the airport users? Because that's part of our funding going forward.
I talked to the Piazza lift, so we're in the final stages of getting the lift recommissioned after repair. There has been slowness from our supplier Schindler, but we get there and it should be back into commission in the next couple of weeks.
Do we have to have the discussion, though, around if it is vandalised yet again? What sort of numbers are we talking repairing it so far, Andrew?
Numbers, we're getting close to $100,000 in repairs. Yeah. No, not per year. That's just for the latest event. Yeah. So, and it's been out of action for a number of years now. So, the damage has been extensive. Some of that has been claimed through insurance, though.
Well, let's get it up and running and then monitor that. The lift, it's a similar one to the town clock. Costs a fortune to keep it, chiming, but it's important, and obviously it's important for that accessibility. In regard to the airport, I can probably speak to that. The probably key commercial user group, their guy was away, and they should be due to have their report back to us on the values. So that shouldn't be far away. So we've sort of put on a bit of a pause until we get that back, so we can then start that conversation. So that's where we're at with that. Councillor Burt.
Sorry, I don't want to harp on about the lift too much, but has there been a successful identification on anyone who has caused that sort of damage to the lift at any stage?
The answer is no. No, despite the surveillance cameras and everything else that we have around there, they have not been successful in getting a prosecution in regard to that damage. So
there's a big difference between identifying and prosecution, because I know the vagaries of whether police will do it or not these days, and even less. But so have they actually identified specific people at any stage? Because some of them must be just random and do it based on whatever is going through their head at the time, or others are actually covering up their face and doing it and targeting it. So has there been anyone identified?
I can't answer that. It's really probably a matter for the police, because they're the ones that follow that up. Yeah.
Roger.
Some people get a real lift from it. Right, that is really off way. That's sort of up there with Councillor Burt's quality. Okay, moving on. Take us towards the end, Steph.
Cool, so I'll just briefly touch on the main themes within the other feedback. Like I said earlier, there was a strong theme about cutting its cloth regarding council finances. Obviously supporting those who are on fixed income was another prominent theme. Bearing in mind our current debt level and projected debt level for next year as well. is another theme. Making sure we have enough headroom in our debt levels for climate or major events. Theatre, as mentioned previously. A bit of chat around the freezing of the rates for the CBD businesses to make them more viable and attract more business into the Timaru CBD. Obviously that will be considered as part of the differential in the revenue and rating review. There was a specific request for a street light at the corner of Cartwright and Rosewall Valley Roads to increase safety, which the roading team have put a response to, but basically the central government priorities on roading at the moment do not sufficiently support safety for that particular asset.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but pending outcomes of what council wants to fund with regard to roading could increase the likelihood or prioritisation of installing further safety infrastructure. Parking meters, there was a bit of chatter around them to remove some more of them to have some more 2-hour free parking in Timaru CBD to encourage more visitors and shoppers.
So that one, we're getting a business case on changing the meters out, eh? I'm not sure what that's correct. So let's tackle that one at the same time. Mr. Jackson again made some comments around 30 versus an hour, those sorts of things. So let's tackle parking when we have that business case through.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
There were some specific questions that the relevant teams have responded to directly, so we've obviously made this public with the agenda, but we will also put out the updated officer commenting to the community so they can see specific answers to their questions.
Yeah. So is that direct? Sorry, is that going to be a letter back to a submitter as well? So
Yeah, well, with the number of submissions being quite low on this one, the ones with specific questions, that's definitely achievable.
okay, I think that would be a nice approach. Yeah, on some of those things, and yeah, and then if they want to take it further, you can reference governance, I guess, if you want to. It might be opening a can of worms, but you could. That's another. I think that's in your portfolio as well, Councillor Burt. Yeah, Christmas lights and no. Okay.
Cool, and yeah, we've covered off the CBD city town, and that I think is pretty much it.
Yeah. So we probably haven't tackled fully. So one of the requests I think was funding coming into the closer years. So we've got funding in 4 and 5, which is 2 mil and 2 mil. I think we've eradicated that. Eradicated is probably the wrong word. Strong. We've taken out the 200k that was sitting in there. Obviously, we're doing the funding on the corner at the moment. I think my, challenge was, come to us. We can make sure they've got all that work that we've done with the city town stuff. What is your priorities? And do it that way. And that could be a request to bring some of that funding forward. So effectively it is loan funding, so it could be a request to be considered by council at any time, and I think we can pick that up with the likes of the CBD group specifically.
Yeah, if you're going to consider that too, you obviously need internal resource to deliver that. At this stage, the $200,000 OPEX that was in the budget, that is now currently not in the budget.
Yeah, it was around that.
Are you wanting to consider putting that back in when you make a decision on that, or are you going to just proceed with bringing capital forward?
No, we'll just have to deal with it, and then if it was something that needed a resource, it would have to be funded from the capital effectively. Yeah,
okay.
That would be my approach. Is everyone okay with that? Yeah.
Okay, so the next thing to do would probably be to loop back to roading and just to get some, I guess, stronger direction from you all as to what option or amended option you want to proceed with, just so we can continue working on the budget modelling
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to start. I'm comfortable with status quo, but I think we had some in-depth conversations around rating review, all those sorts of things. I mean, I'm keen for us to move forward a change, or at least consult on a change for the likes of those, that forestry land. I think it's 4 times in Waitaki and Wairoa and some others. So I think some of those, need to come out of that rating review, but I think it's a bigger piece of work that we've got to do, and then bring that back to the community on what some of that looks like as far as seal extensions, all of that as far as, a conversation around roading. That's my thinking. But hit me with your comments, team. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, I'd like some real clarity around NZTA funding, and I'm only keen to match it, to be honest. Just me chipping in, Pete. So that's where I sit, because I'm sick of funding things that the government should be funding and we get flack with. But built into that, we do need to look at the rural roads, as you say, logging. But we need to be clear what the funding is, because I don't think any of us really know exactly how it works and how it should work. And I'd like examples of councils that are just matching it, what they're not doing.
Can I just make a comment in regard? So the original shortfall that Susie presented on a while ago was about $5.4 million. So since then, there has been some savings made within the roading area. Now that shortfall is currently sitting at $2.4 million. Yeah.
And the only other thing is around contracts. We've had a lot of people talk about the leaf blowing, how useless it is, or we're just blowing them round to blow them round again. When we come to these contracts, actually break them down and see what we actually need, rather than say every day we're in the CBD blowing leaves that aren't there. Just seems ridiculous to me.
Yeah, and that wider street sweeping one, I think we've identified that it is cheaper than that over time. When we can consider that will come in-house.
Yeah, and as far as our CBD concerned, Timaru CBD, it's now under our parks maintenance, or parks operations unit, so there's going to be done in-house. Yeah.
Does that include the blowing?
Yep, when we get a machine, yeah.
Need a blower?
It will do. It will include the blowing.
Done in-house though, or not? Is the leaf blowing done in-house? Is it our in-house crew that are doing the leaf blowing?
General street sweeping is contracted out, so it's actually a subcontract to the main road maintenance contract. So, but there is this CBD area, the Timaru CBD area is treated as separate, and that's what we're bringing in-house. Geraldine, Temuka, CBD areas will still be done through the road maintenance contract.
We do, because I did see the in-house team out in Geraldine last week blowing leaves around the library and a few other main ablutions of the town with a big leaf blower, and I'm just wondering why we're not getting them to do some of that work.
Yeah, some of those facilities, maintenance facilities out there, is also going to be done through the in-house team. Yeah.
Look, I'm no street sweeping expert, but why are we blowing them when we could be sucking them up? Doesn't that make more sense?
They are generally sucked up. It's really, but part of it is blowing as well, to consolidate them.
Just while we're getting all the complaints, I got a call from someone who lives in the Markville area asking why we sweep our streets on weekends when everyone has their cars out on the road, washing them, cleaning them, and that's when we choose to sweep those streets. And I do agree, surely it's a Monday to Friday when you haven't got your boat, your caravan and everything else in front of your heart. It was Kelvin Street.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's something we'll take up with our contractor, yeah.
So, from a read of the comments, you're generally happy in the broad term to go with what's planned under LTP year 2?
Yeah.
Rather than making any significant.
Yeah, look, I think so. Look, it comes down to that number, which is our operating deficit. You could kill that tomorrow by taking away 5.5 million of depreciation and applying it to your operating deficit, but it would mean you'd have to loan fund. Is it not that simple?
It's not quite that simple.
But it's allowance, so you could, because it's moving one, in theory you could. Because it's just a level of depreciation that you're funding, which we pick and choose all the time.
Yeah, so that's essentially a cash transaction as opposed to a accounting transaction.
But that's not correct, because we're saying that we're allowing for that money.
Well, it's a cash transaction. So to cut that 5.5, you've got to make some savings or increase your revenue.
Yeah. Agree, disagree. Yeah. Because it's money that we're taking. So, but anyway, we get. That's okay. But yes.
Yeah, just say that, if you cut that 5.5, then you'll end up with a greater surplus, which effectively is used to pay back debt. That's really, so we are covering our costs, aren't we, Andrew, in the current budget? We do.
Remembering that this current annual plan has not taken into consideration the proposed restructure.
Yes. Yeah.
So just note that.
And saying that could take some time to flow through based on redundancies, etc. Councillor Piddington, did you?
I guess, again, just that note that we've got revaluations of buildings coming up, so any savings is going to disappear in that. So we're kind of okay, but we're not really.
We're never okay with revaluations coming. It is a conversation, though, around, and I've talked with Bruce from Audit and Risk around this, and Nigel, and we need to have a conversation around what is the correct depreciation amount versus renewals. So we're at, 42 or something now, roughly. You get to 50, is that enough based on the normal suite of infrastructure renewals that you need to fund in a year, outside of those one-offs such as stadiums and theatres and that sort of stuff? And what is that magic number? Or do you still, because that's a significant part of our budget, and that's what's driven rate increases since we've been here. Although I did see commentary from one of our submitters that we don't deal with depreciation, but I feel like that's all we sort of deal with. But I think that's a conversation later in the year with A&R and stuff, and we'll get everyone an invite for that.
I guess some guidance for us to be able to move forward to model. The question is, the 9%, are we comfortable with the 9% rates on average increase? Are we, well, I guess the direction of travel in regards to trade waste? The issue that we have is that we could do a couple of scenarios, models, perhaps to table next Tuesday, so that may then help with that decision. Just conscious of time and getting a report together for the 24th of June. From today, it doesn't sound like there's any additional changes that have come out of the submissions. Would I be correct in saying that?
I don't really think so, no.
We haven't added or subtracted anything?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I think you've got the answer to trade waste. Don't bring two scenarios that can change it all again. You've got your percentage and you're going to magic up your $1 million from somewhere, so... the detail, but we don't want 2 or 3 options again, which will cause, of course we want the details, they want the details.
But I think in May, I'm just thinking what the approach is, but I think, I'm just thinking about reporting moving forward, and maybe it, we tied up with that governance steering group. I know we're talking about Claremont this afternoon, but maybe that trade waste comes back to that group or something, just around what our, because the next 6 months on what our conversations with the main users, etc., that needs to get somewhere. And then how does it get reported back? So maybe it's a water-specific group which could sit under that group, potentially. I don't know, we can talk about that offline, not necessarily relevant. Yeah. Cool, okay. Recommendations?
Yeah, based on the discussions, we do have some small minor amendments that we need to make, so we would be looking at option 2, which is endorse an amended annual plan 25-26 and provide officers with direction on any amendments, which you have done. Option 1 was obviously with absolutely no amendments whatsoever, but we are looking at making some minor changes, so that would be what we're looking at.
Cool, so new recommendations are in front of us on the boards. Have a read, just make sure you're comfortable with those. Yep, if so, someone happy to move? Yep, Councillor Piddington, Councillor Jackson. Further discussion? No, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Alrighty, that's good. We don't have anything further. So, yeah, I think key follow-ups is that, yeah, since your point, there's not a whole ton that we do flick something out directly. It's nice to be able to do that. Big thank you to officers for all the work. There's a ton of work in this, and appreciate all the work and care that has gone into it, which has been a very good and thorough process. So I will close the meeting now, and appreciate everyone for their attendance and input. Thank you.